Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Youth Services. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Chair Stevens, we are ready to begin.
Let's press the button. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the fiscal 2024 preliminary budget hearing for Department of Youth and Community Development. I am Councilmember Althea Stevens, Chair of Committee for Youth Services. Today we will be hearing from DYCD Commissioner Keith Howard, Deputy Commissioner Alan Chang, and Assistant Commissioner Nydia Bailey. Thank you for joining us. This morning, we will discuss the fiscal 2024 preliminary expense budget for DYCD, which stands at $943 million, total headcount of 510 positions, supported by $45.9 million in personnel services, and a total of $894.1 million in other than personnel services. The fiscal budget is $188.2 million, less than the fiscal 2023 adopted budget. While the $188.2 million reductions does not include the City Council discretionary funding of approximately $138 million that typically takes place at the adopted budget, it also includes the additional reduction of approximately $58 million. I want to better understand from the agency what programs and services have been impacted by this reduction. DYCD fiscal 2024 preliminary budget has no new needs. Does the agency believe this is sufficient resources to meet the needs of our youngest residents? Now at this time, the investments in programs that will create a path to success for our young people. Although I'm pleased to see the baseline funding for SYEP of $79.4 million in fiscal preliminary 2023 budget allowed for 100,000 young people to receive summer employment because it offered our youth the opportunity to develop professional and strive for advancements. However, the high unemployment rates of youth in our city, I implore us to reimagine what youth workforce development looks like. In addition, street homelessness remains a challenge in the city, and more needs to be done in terms of outreach and mental health support for unsheltered homeless and provide a safe place for those individuals to reside while receiving necessary wraparound support. However, homeless runaway youth are often left out of that conversation. We have to ensure that organizations that provide a safe haven for our youth to do that, a safe haven for our youth to not have to close their doors because they have not received a fair contract, therefore cannot receive adequate funding to pay staff and run the program successfully. DYCD has been tasked with managing the perception of city's next generation of leaders to fulfill their potential. The committee looks forward to working with the administration to ensure additional funding for other programs in DYCD. The committee wants to ensure that all DYCD programs are serving as many young people as possible, and to do that, we must have sufficient resources. In the City Council, it is the City Council responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountability to New Yorkers. Hence, as the chair of Committee on Youth Services, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the young people. It is essential that the budget we adopt this year is reflective of the priorities and interests of the city and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of that process. I expect that DYCD will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure that fiscal 2024 adopted budget meets the goals the City Council has set out, and we want to ensure that the program for the youth and young adults are equipped to serving everyone in its needs. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the following people: Kate Connolly, my chief of staff, and the entire A team back at the district office; Sandra Gray, fiscal analyst to the committee; Ali, unit head; Christine Yemen, counsel to the committee. I said your last name wrong, didn't I? I'm sorry, I always mess up her name. I'm working on it. And Elizabeth Arts, our policy analyst to the committee. I would like to acknowledge the council members who are here at this time. Councilmember Alexis Avila, thank you for joining us. And our committee, council will swear you in now.
Hold up 1 second. Pause, and we're going to move this.
We're taking a brief pause and we're moving rooms. We're staying. So you can swear them in.
Okay, we'll now hear testimony from the administration. Before we begin, I'll administer the affirmation. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Yes. Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Service Committee. I am DYCD Commissioner Keith Howard, and I'm joined by First Deputy Commissioner Alan Chang and Navita Bailey, Assistant Commissioner for Budget and Finance. This is my first time appearing before this committee, but I have enjoyed working with each of you since my appointment as commissioner. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal 2024 preliminary budget. The budget stands at $943 million. $708 million, or 75.1%, is city tax levy money. $88 million, or 9.3%, is federal. $142 million, or 15%, is intercity funding, and $5.3 million, or less than 1%, is state funding. The budget puts DYCD in a strong position to build on the progress of the past year. It demonstrates Mayor Eric Adams' strong commitment to young people and families and it does not propose cuts to existing programming. I just want to repeat that. It does not propose cuts to existing programs. Summer Youth Employment Program, last month, applications opened for the 2023 Summer Youth Employment Program. This summer will mark the 60th anniversary of the program, with New York City once again slated to provide 100,000 summer job opportunities for young people ages 14 to 24. In February, Deputy Commissioner Mulligan testified before the committee on the accomplishments of last summer, including more than 18,000 work sites and nearly 9,000 young people working in city government. This summer, we are looking to do more and appreciate the council's strong commitment to promoting summer youth employment and hosting young people in their offices. New this summer is SYEP Pride. SYEP Pride will connect LGBTQ plus youth with supportive and welcoming work and career exploration experiencing by partnering with employers committed to providing employment and learning opportunities that affirm and empower LGBTQ youth, plus youth. DYCD and the Department of Education are kicking off Summer Rising 2023 with planning and implementation meetings. We are engaging community-based organizations and advocates to share reflections on 2022. School locations are being finalized, followed by identifying CBO partners for each confirmed location. The preliminary budget includes $149.6 million to support Summer Rising. Summer Rising will again connect 100,000 elementary and middle school students to fun, culturally relevant, hands-on enrichment experience to strengthen skills, develop interest, and cultivate curiosity. Chair Stevens, we both visited many programs across the 5 boroughs last summer, and I heard concerns about the enrollment process. In fact, I was with you when some of those concerns were expressed. To address this, we are planning to improve the process. This summer, families will be able to apply anytime during the enrollment period process. No more first come, first serve. And rank preference for multiple sites. Similar to last year, some student groups will have priority for Summer Rising enrollment, such as students in temporary housing, academically mandated students, and students with disabilities. This year, we will also offer priority consideration for students enrolled in a DYCD-funded after-school program at their program Summer Rising location to accommodate students and families who are accustomed to year-round programming from their CBO provider. And again, Chair, we heard you. We anticipate the enrollment process to open in early April. We will continue to update in the times ahead prior to its launch. To date, we have 136 Saturday Night Light programs citywide. This initiative offers free high-quality sports programs and on Saturday nights to young people 11 to 18 years old, including basketball, soccer, volleyball, dance, martial arts, and much, much more. Combined, Summer Rising, SYEP, and other center-based programs will serve an amazing 214,000 young people this summer, with a record investment of $367 million in the future of younger New Yorkers. This is an outstanding accomplishment, and the mayor and the council are truly investing in our young people's future. Adult literacy concept paper. Last year, DYCD released a concept paper for literacy programs in anticipation of the RFP being released shortly. In that, an all DYCD issued RFP moving forward, we will include hybrid classes and mental health services to address issues such as depression, anxiety, trauma, and substance abuse. Again, Chair Stevens, we heard you and we heard the committee members. This is consistent with Mayor Adams' focus on mental health support, especially as the city continues its recovery from COVID-19 and addresses the impact that the pandemic had on the well-beings of New Yorkers. DYCD has received feedback from the concept papers for inclusion in the RFP. As part of the mayor's The Road Forward, a blueprint to address New York City's response to the asylum seekers crisis, we will be extending adult literacy programming into the humanitarian relief centers. Recently, Mayor Adams entrusted DYCD with the Office of Neighborhood Safety. This includes the mayor's action plan for neighborhood safety, the Office to Prevent Gun Violence, Atlas, Precision Employment Initiative. These programs are aligned with DYCD's mission and improve community police relations, reduce crime, incarceration, and diminish contact with the justice system. The transition to DYCD began in February and will continue over the next several months. We look forward to continued conversation with the council during this transition. Chair and members of the committee, thank you once again for the opportunity to discuss the preliminary budget. I also want to thank my senior leadership team that's in the back. So we are pleased to answer any questions that you and the council members may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm really happy to hear some of the feedback and it being taken into consideration around like the hybrid for adult literacy and, you know, getting the applications out earlier. Those really just made my heart warm. So thank you for listening to some of that feedback, but we'll get into some questions. So DYCD's fiscal 2024 preliminary budget of $943 million is $188.3 million, or 16% less than the fiscal 2023 adopted budget of $1.1 billion. Excluding from the fiscal 2024 preliminary budget is $130.8 million of council discretionary funding that is typically added at adopted. What is the reason for the remaining $57.5 million decrease? What programs and services have been eliminated or decreased in fiscal 2024 due to this reduction in funding?
So I'm going to ask Assistant Commissioner Navita Bailey to answer that question, but before she answers that question, I just want to just indicate and just in the strongest possible words possible that there has been no reduction in services. Navita?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we explain what that is then, if it's no reduction in services.
Good morning, Chair Stevens and esteemed members of the council. The savings or the reductions that you are seeing reflected in the budget are primarily associated with revenue that has not been added to our budget in FY24. Additionally, there are some one-time funds that are not reflected yet, and again, that's as mentioned, the council funding, as well as some funding from OEO and YMI. Regarding the PEGs, as the Commissioner mentioned, most of the PEGs that are reflected in the budget are accrual saving PEGs. And so there, as he mentioned, there's no impact to services and no provider will get a contract reduction as a result of the PEGs that were submitted.
So I just want to make sure, because I feel like I'm missing something, because the money that hasn't been adopted typically is the money from, that'll be adopted from city council, which will come in at the end, and we did account for that, but there's still 57.5 million. So could you, I'm sorry, say that again around where's that coming from?
Sure, so in FY '24, there was a PEG plan, so there's 35 million approximately that's going to impact the FY '24 budget. Additionally, there's funding associated with revenue that has not been added to our budget yet. So, for example, that would be the TANF funding that supports the SYEP program. That's not added. We have the council discretionary funding, which is approximately about $120 million that has not been added to our budget. And so these things are comprising the about approximate $200 million variance between the two fiscal years.
The UICD preliminary plan does not include any new needs. What budget priorities did the agency submit to OMB in fiscal 2024? Are those reflected in the preliminary budget plan?
So, you know, the interesting thing is the expansion within DYCD, right? So clearly, we have expanded with SYEP, we have expanded with Summer Rising. You know, the Saturday Night Lights program is also what we feel is robust and working. So we are in constant communication with our OMB partners to see exactly where we need to have staffing improvement and increases.
But even with those expansions, doesn't that mean that they're new needs? Like, because I even heard when you were in your testimony, you talked about the expanding program for the HERCs. Even with the expansion of those SYP and all those things, those are new needs. And so I'm just trying to understand, how do we get from saying that we don't have any new needs and we have new services that we're providing?
Well, you know,
And we're, in addition to that, we're adding the cure violence sites under there as in the portfolio as well, correct? So those seem like new needs.
I'm not contesting that. I'm basically saying that with the existing staff that we have, we are definitely meeting the mission and the purpose of the agency, and that we are in communication, constant communications with OMB, identifying where there are issues with staffing and programs.
I mean, I think we have to make sure that we're not stretching people, because we want to also keep the integrity and quality of the work as well. So that also needs to be stated, because there do seem like there's new needs.
I think we are definitely on the same page.
Are the new, do you anticipate additional resources will be needed, or current funding levels sufficient?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you anticipate additional resources will be needed, or is there any current funding levels insufficient?
So we are definitely, again, we're definitely meeting with the existing staff. We're definitely meeting our mission and our purpose for all the program areas. But we're clearly open to identifying issues with OMB, as we have and continue to do.
The fiscal 2024 preliminary budget for DYCD supports 510 full-time positions, a decrease of 41 positions from the fiscal 2023 adopted budget, and a decrease of 7 positions from the fiscal 2023 current headcount of 517. Does this agency have the adequate headcount to effectively run all programs and initiatives?
As you indicated, the current headcount is 517. I mean, the headcount is 517. What we currently have is 478 as our current headcount. With, you know, our vacancies are 39. But again, I'm just circling you back to what I indicated before, is that as we're constantly trying to bring on new staff, we are at a high level of confidence, you know, with our current existing staff, that we can fulfill the mission and the purpose of programs across the board.
Is the agency currently actively seeking to fill those positions, the 39 positions you said you?
Absolutely. We have brought on a chief communications specialist who have been doing an awesome job with her team to advertise vacancies and job postings on social media. Of course, we've always received applications from the New York City government website. We are attending job fairs as well. So we're making a robust effort to complete those, to fill those vacancies.
Well, what we tell all agencies, please see the council as partners. Like, if you have vacancies, feel free to send them over to not only myself, but other council members. We're always pushing them out. One of the top things that we get in our office is housing and jobs. And so people are constantly coming to look for us. So also use the council as a resource when there are vacancies so that we can be supportive in that process.
I think that's a great idea, and in fact, what we will do is all of the vacancy and postings, we'll make sure that it gets sent over to the council, all the council members.
The citywide vacant reduction memo issued on November described the changes in city hiring processes, ending the policy that only allow agencies to fill one of every 2 vacant positions. Yet we have been hearing from agencies that this practice is still being enforced in some cases. Since November, has DYCD been approved by OMB to fill all vacant positions, or are you still required to provide 2 vacant positions for every 1 to be hired?
That 1-to-2 ratio was rescinded.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking, have you been able to do it? Has that been something that's been able to be done in DYCD? Because I know it's been rescinded, but what I'm asking is, has it been actually implemented?
Sure, and yes, it has been implemented. We currently have 12 approved PARs that we're actively filling, and the remainder we're working on, posting those and getting them to OMB.
It is our understanding that personal improvement requests and PARs are what agencies submitted to OMB for approval for hiring candidates that they would like to hire for job openings. What is the top reason for denial from OMB, especially as it relates to DYCD? Have you had any denials?
No, the OMB has not disapproved any of our positions. Oftentimes we may pull some down because we have to change them, modify them because of needs that the agency is facing. So over the last year, going from summer to the school year, we've made some changes to some of our postings, and therefore we've taken them down. We've asked them to be taken down so that we can adjust those.
How often does a PAR denial get resubmitted, 1 or more times, to OMB for approval?
We haven't had that experience of having them rescinded. So.
At the oversight hearing for Committee on Youth Services, Aging and Contracts, it was stated by MOX that there was a funding total of $4.2 billion that the nonprofits cannot access. Has DYCD been impacted by this denial by providing contracts?
So this past summer, DYCD, led by the first deputy mayor, along with our other sister agencies, we actually worked closely together with MOX to clear a backlog, and that backlog resulted in $6.2 billion in released monies to nonprofit organizations. We continue to work with MOX to make sure that our nonprofit, our community-based partners get paid and get paid on time. I also want to emphasize this, that when I got appointed last year, one of the first things that I met with my team about is, let's do a review from soups to nuts, A to Z, of all our contracting process, just to make sure that we can make changes that we feel can expedite more payments to our nonprofit CBO partners. And I can honestly say that I actually see, some positive signs that we have.
I mean, I will say this again, the same thing that I said at the MOX. Like, 1, I don't believe we should be giving kudos for getting money out that we should have gotten out already, right? Because it is important that our agencies are doing the work and they are waiting 2 to 3 years to get paid. And I said this last year in the budget hearing, I think that DYCD gets blamed for something that they don't have control over. And so it's this very weird dance that we've been doing. And so yes, the backlog got cleared, but we're also hearing a lot from the providers that it's backing up again, and they're still waiting for money to be released again. So yes, we cleared the backlog, but now we're still back in the same position because we still have the same policies that are in place that have started the backlogs. So we really need to get to a place where we're figuring out how do we streamline this so agencies can get paid on time.
And I hear you, and one of the things that, as you know, the task force to clear nonprofit payments has been working diligently to, correct some system issues. So I have high hopes and a high level of confidence that there's going to be positive results moving forward. But we definitely hear you.
I'm happy you have high hopes because I do not. So, I feel like we also are trying to codify some of the stuff that they say they need, and they're pushing back on it. So I'm happy one of us have high hopes. So what is the boroughs that are most impacted by the delays in contracts? Do you have that information around late payments?
So I'm going to ask our ACO to respond to that.
Good morning, Chair, and thanks for the question. So what we have seen in the past in terms of delays is a whole host of issues. One is timing of when those awards are made. Systems sometimes could be a cause for delay. What we're also seeing is sometimes with providers, right, getting their pre-qualification status in order. But those are delays and challenges that we at DYCD have been committed to helping them on and working through so that way we could push their contract to registration.
Okay. How will the potential closure of Shelter in Arms impact the services provided by DYCD?
Can you repeat that?
How will the potential closure of Shelter in Arms impact the services provided by DYCD?
So it's unfortunate the situation that Shelter in Arms find themselves in, but we've been working closely with them to make sure that there's a continuity of service. We are still working through some transitional issues. But I would love to talk to you offline if there are any pain points that we see that we can alert you to. But we feel confident that that the continuity of service is our main objective.
How many youth will be affected by this closure?
We're going to ask Deputy Commissioner Susan Haskell to respond to that.
Hi, Chair. Thank you for that question. Yeah, I echo what Commissioner said. It's just a heartbreaking situation about Shelter in Arms closure, and that we have a plan in place that's going to ensure continuity of service. So they have contracts with our runaway and homeless youth programs. We have activated a plan before the start of the fiscal year. I anticipate a smooth transition with that. We also have about 10 Compass after-school programs. We have a plan nearly confirmed for all 10, and Shelter in Arms has agreed to continue services through June 30th, so we anticipate a really smooth transition there as well. There shouldn't be any impact on the experiences of young people.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and I think we, as a city, needs to see this as a red flag and making sure that we're putting a system in place, because I have been saying this since I became chair, that this is what I foresee, that because we are not paying folks on time, that this will continue to happen. So, I want to make sure that we don't take this lightly, and I don't believe that you guys are, but I think that there needs to actually be things done tangibly to move and expedite payments in an expeditious way. And just thinking about that when we're talking about the young people impacted, is there a plan put in place for people who are employed by Shelter in Arms? Are we looking to see for them to take some of these new contractors that are picking up? Are they going to take some of these employees on? Has that been talked about at all?
Absolutely. We're facilitating conversations between Shelter in Arms and their staff and providers that have identified to take on the new programs so that they can incorporate as much continuity of the staff and those relationships as well.
Yeah, that's also really important. As you guys know, especially working with young people and families, staff build up a level of trust, and to then just have a new provider come in is going to be really hard. And I've seen programs that transitioned out other programs, and they are not able to get the numbers because there's no continuity. They don't know they don't know the neighborhoods, or they don't know the families, and it becomes really tragic. So I definitely hope that we can come up with a plan that really helps and support the community in a real positive way. For Compass, Sonic, Beacons, Cornerstones, Learn and Earn, internships, and adult literacy, can you provide us a total enrollment for fiscal 2022 and current enrollment for fiscal 2023?
Good morning, Chair Stevens. Can you repeat the program areas again? I want to make sure I give you the correct information.
Pretty much all of them, but we can start with Compass.
Compass, Beacon, Cornerstone, which other one did you mention?
Learn and Earn, Earn and adult literacy. Adult literacy and interns and Earn. I think that's what this is? No.
Would you like the whole laundry list?
Yeah, it's like all the
And you want
programs.
enrollment for FY23.
Yes, 2022 and 2023.
2022 for Compass, 112,441.
Do you have it broken down by borough, by any chance?
Not by borough, we can give that to you afterwards.
Thank you.
All the information I will be giving you is the aggregate for those program areas, so I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that as well. So for Compass, it's 112,441. In FY23, it's 112,259. Beacon, 109,568. That's 22. 23, it's 90,471. Cornerstone, FY22, this is not including community events, but just participants, 22,458. FY23, 21,006. Train and Earn, FY22, 5,530. FY23, 4,241. Learn and Earn, FY22, 1,069. FY23, 1,063. I believe you mentioned another area, I'm sorry if I don't recall.
Adult literacy?
Adult literacy, FY22, 14,458. FY23, 11,644.
Is there underspending in any program areas that you want to update us for fiscal 2023?
In FY23, most of our underspending was dedicated towards the PEG initiative, and so if you'll notice, most of the PEGs that are reflected in the FY24 plan are reflective of accrual saving PEGs.
What's the attendance for the Beacons and Cornerstones? Do you have that? Like an average attendance?
Average
for those programs?
attendance, as far as daily attendance, no, I don't have that on me right now. Chair Stevens, we can get it to you afterwards.
Thank you. Is there adequate number of staffing to cover those programs, Cornerstones and Beacons?
Adequate number in terms of the
With the
CBO
providers?
partners?
Yes.
So across the industry, private, public, we all are unfortunately struggling with staffing and staffing issue. But what we are doing to support our nonprofit community-based partners is providing capacity building in addition to helping and posting and doing job fairs with them as well to make sure that they can staff up and staff up properly.
Yeah, it's one of the challenges that we've been talking about across the city around being able to find staff, and I know especially with the nonprofits, they've been struggling, especially because a lot of their salaries are much lower, and so the recruitment efforts are really hard. So definitely want to make sure we continue to support them.
And I also appreciate the real experience that you bring to the table running a nonprofit organization, so you understand the struggle that goes along with it, and considering the fact that nonprofit organizations establish their own salary levels on how to attract the most qualified, the best person for the position.
It's hard because, you know, most people who work in nonprofits, you do it for the love and not for the money. But we live in New York, so.
Public servants as well.
I know, I'm here too. So it's really hard. So it's those things that, you know, we have to make sure we're just kind of being supportive of what that looks like. What is the workforce enhancement? What DYCD programs are this funding used for and why?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. If you give me 1 second, I can give you that information as far as the WAY initiative. So in FY23, the city enacted the Wage Enhancement Initiative that would provide additional funding to nonprofits and DYCD. That allocation was $8.8 million. It supported 227 providers and 1,322 contracts.
It is stated that in PMMR that the first 4 months, a total of 1,445 youth and young adults were served through case management at RHY drop-in centers, an increase of 48% from fiscal 2022. What is the amount of time that you can stay in a drop-in center? Oh, welcome back.
Hello. Drop-in centers are designed to be, a point where young people can access services at any time. There's no limit to the number of times or the length of time that you can come to help meet your needs, from education to employment, health and mental health, recreation, and of course, housing. So there's no limit to the period of time young people can access services in a drop-in center.
How many beds are provided for this program?
DYCD funds 813 runaway and homeless youth services beds.
Is the agency looking to increase the number of beds for homeless young adults?
So we are in constant communication with ONB. They understand the issues. So it's an ongoing conversation. And also talking with our providers as well.
So is that a yes?
So that means that it's in constant communication. So we're
I'm taking it as
working
a
with
yes.
ONB to resolve, what we feel and what everybody feels is an issue. But ONB comes to the table with a real understanding of exactly what we need to do to move forward.
I feel like I come to the table with a real understanding and believe we need more beds. So, is that the understanding we all can come to? Because this is something I've been ringing the bell about for a year now.
I know, and we've heard you. And again, as a real thought partner, just conveying your message and along with our providers and having conversations with ONB, I think everybody understands and realizes that, yes, it would be a good investment, but we need to talk through it and communicate, and that's what we're doing now.
I like that we're moving in the right direction of being on the same page. You're not there yet, but we're gonna get you there, don't worry. Is there currently a process in place to address the needs of beds in drop-in centers?
Could you repeat that?
Is there currently a process in place to address the needs for beds in drop-in centers?
All right, so let's be very clear, because there's a lot that's been written and talked about, and I appreciate you checking in with me to understand exactly what was going on in the drop-in centers. So drop-in centers are contractually in DYCD to operate as drop-in centers, where they provide wraparound services, food, clothing, etc. The main purpose of our ecosystem is referral to our shelter and residential programs. And then from the shelter to residential programs, put that young, vulnerable person in shared housing, okay? Solid shared housing. So I think we sort of missed the ball, or missed the, there's some level of confusion and some issues that are currently being discussed out there. But I can honestly tell you that if we're going to continue and keep the ecosystem as we have designed it, as we have contracted with our providers to do, drop-in centers have to immediately refer that young person to a shelter residential program. And then that shelter residential program has to provide that young person some housing. That's the goal. And I just want everybody to understand that and to keep the focus on housing.
Agreed. So you're talking to a person who always wants permanent housing for folks, and that should always be the goal, but that's not where we're at. And so I think that, one, if we are seeing young people staying in drop-in centers longer than necessary, then that should be a red flag of saying, like, hey, there's clearly something wrong. Let's figure out what that issue is and why they're not being referred out. And some of the issues is because what I said before around the beds, we don't have enough beds because of the way it's counted and contracted. So I think that, yes, once again, we are all saying the same things, but it's about how do we get there. So there's clearly an issue there that young people are staying at these drop-in centers longer than necessary. So we need to fix that. And until we fix it, I think that we can't just say that, oh, we're contracted this way. We need to provide a service for young people who are traumatized, who already feel rejected and don't have places to go, and say, like, all right, if this is not working, then how are we going to make the system work? Because it is not. And that's what I'm hearing from providers. That's what I'm hearing from young people. And again, we are saying the same thing, but it's talking about how do we get there in the right direction. And we're not there.
And you're preaching to the converted. You're literally preaching to the converted. Absolutely, because our overall mission is the health and safety of that young, vulnerable person. And for anyone to say that that is not our focus point, it's a disservice. It's a disservice.
No, I don't think people are saying that, and I don't want anyone to take that to be that way. And that's not what I'm saying.
I've heard some stories.
But I'm not saying that.
Okay.
And so we're not talking about what they're saying. I'm talking about what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it is a symptom of something that is wrong. If young people are staying in drop-in centers longer than necessary, that is where our focus needs to be, and not saying, like, let's remove beds or do this because we're contracted something. Like, if a rule does not make sense for young people, then I'm not gonna follow it, because young people deserve to be in places they feel safe and wanted.
And again, you're preaching to the converted.
Okay, well.
We're all on the same page.
Okay, great.
Hi there, Commissioner. Can you tell me, I understood your answer in terms of increasing the number of beds is in conversation.
No, I never said that. Not for drop-in centers.
No, for increasing the number of beds for homeless youth as a conversation. Sure. You and OMB are in conversation.
Yes, I'm sorry, Council.
So, given the ecosystem and how they are all connected, the chair's note of understanding, and I think this is reflected in some of the problems that we're seeing, that there is an insufficient number of beds. How many beds are we concretely pursuing in the pipeline to get online to begin to alleviate some of the stress points? Is there a concrete number that is being worked on?
And that's the conversation that's ongoing.
So there is no concrete number?
That's the conversation that's ongoing.
Okay, there's no number. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the understanding that currently temporary funding housing, what is understanding that there is a current temporary funding housing specialist in the DYCD funded drop-in centers until the end of fiscal year? How much is the DYCD spending to fund this temporary housing specialist, and is DYCD advocating to continue funding and maintaining those positions?
Chair Stevens, thank you for that question. DYCD was very excited about the opportunity to offer stable housing opportunities through vouchers, EHV, City FEPs to young people, and the support that they're able to receive at drop-in centers through housing specialists has been really vital to helping young people access apartments and, through that process. So we feel that has been a really good investment, and as the Commissioner has alluded, we are in conversations about how that will go forward.
I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Riley has joined us, and I'm going to pause here, and I know Councilmember Riley has a question, and I'll let my colleagues have questions. I still have a number of questions, but I want to pause.
Thank you, Chair Stevens, and good morning, Commissioner. How are you doing today?
Good morning,
team. I just have a few questions. Summarizing some of youth, Saturday Night Lights, and Beacon Cornerstone programs. So I'm just going to go in those directions. For summarizing, I know last year when I was taking my daughter to a program within the community, there was an issue that there wasn't access to outside space. And also there was an issue that some programs weren't able to travel or take their children on trips because they didn't have access to school buses in time. I brought up this issue last year, and it was said to me before you came in, Commissioner, that this will be addressed this year. So I know that with the $277 million, are we planning on addressing this issue this year of having more access to outdoor space and having our children able to take school trips? Because I do believe we don't want an extension of school that they're just stuck in the school building all day. They're actually outside enjoying space, like, you know, like a summer camp type of vibe.
And I appreciate that question. We're all about enrichment programs and experience for a young person in summer rising. Again, 110,000 young people, having an assortment of different trips and art museums and all sorts of enrichment experience. I believe, you know, that we are focused and we're on the same page along with our partner at DOE. So we know that there are issues with transportation and the procurement of buses and transportation. I clearly understand that. And in fact, in Staten Island, on one of my visits, there was a young lady named Margaret who, and she may be the same age as your daughter, who actually put her hands up and said, "Commissioner, we're tired of going around the block. You know, is there a way that we can get a bus to take us to trips around the city?" And as we start to talk with community-based organizations and understanding what the pain point is actually an issue with the industry, the busing industry, and being able to procure those buses in a timely manner. But I can honestly say that there were a few organizations, community-based organizations, and to Margaret's delight, DYCD stepped in, was able to provide transportation for her and her class to go on trips. So we're constantly working to make sure that our community-based partners have access to the space that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And in addition to transportation.
I appreciate that. And
I'm sorry,
and-
Kevin.
No,
Can I
go
just
ahead.
ask a follow-up question? Because the issue around the busing was more around timing because of the way the program was structured. And so if that's not addressed, I think that's the real question. So how are we going to address the young people being in class, I think, until 12, and then still being able to have time for trips? Are we going to be looking at a much more flexible schedule? Because the issue around busing was that they needed to be back by 3 because they then had to go do the bus pickups for the young people. So it was more around timing and not necessarily access. So could you talk a little bit about that, please?
So I'm thinking, you know, that the issue is multiple instead of singular. So we are talking about being able to contract out buses to take young people, the young classes, on trips. In terms of the pickup times and the pickup times, I'll let Susan talk about that.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say quickly, you're right, trip planning, especially with students who need transportation, at the time buses come could be a challenge. What we're encouraging on the local level is like collaboration between CBOs and principals. We're not quite there yet where we've landed that, but to plan the first parts of the day so that there are good blocks for trips, maybe like an 8 to 3 o'clock block, or, you know, blocks on
I
Friday.
just want to be clear also, and Chair Stevens, thank you for that. I do appreciate the trips. It will be nearly impossible to take 110,000 children to the same trips. The museums will be overcrowded. I'm just nearly speaking about outdoor space access. The schools are adjacent to parks in the communities, libraries, community centers. There was just no access for the children to experience outdoor space. So I just wanted to bring that up to attention. Just for the sake of time, I'm just going to move on to the next question. Summer youth, the additional $11 million that we incorporated last year and advocated for, it was summer youth. Could you just state how many slots that is going to provide this upcoming fiscal year?
Okay, I'm going to introduce Deputy Commissioner Valerie Mulligan.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can you repeat the question?
The additional $11 million that we advocated for last year in summer youth, can you just address how many slots that's going to provide this year, this upcoming fiscal year?
So I believe the $11 million you're referring to is the funding that we allocated to MetroCards for last year's program, not for
Yes, correct,
slots.
excuse me.
So that was a one-time ad that we had last year. We were able to provide MetroCards to every young person in SYEP last year who had an in-person SYEP experience. And we're currently in discussions with OMB about where we are for MetroCard funding for this year. But overall, we served 100,000 last year, so that 11 million contributed to the larger SYEP budget.
Thank you. My next question, the Saturday Night Light program, Commissioner. The program in my district personally isn't doing too well.
Okay.
They're stating that they don't have a lot of participation, being that the marketing from the program, I do understand that you guys do outreach with DOE, but there's just a banner in front of these buildings. And besides the banner, a lot of people in the community don't know about the program. Our young people are in dire need of having safe spaces that they could, fellowship amongst each other. I'm truly worried about our young people and just speaking to them, working with them on an everyday basis. What they're saying to us is that they don't feel comfortable going into certain areas to have experienced the program. So I just want to know about the outreach that we're doing for the Saturday Night Lights program, and then I'm going to go into the beacon question that me and you spoke about yesterday as well.
Sure. 136 sites, absolutely. We're monitoring the participation of each and every site for that DYCD is responsible for. The just robust sports programs that go into those sites. And I want to emphasize, and I said this before earlier, that we hired a chief communication strategist and a team, a communication team, to start to continue to promote, on social media and in engagement and in grassroots engagement, which is very important, to young people who, as you know as well as I know, they live on their phones, to make sure that we have the proper outreach to publicize the programs that we have, not only in our beacon, but also in our community centers. So if you haven't seen, the social media sites of DYCD, you're seeing that there's more activity and there's more promotion that's going on. But I would love to sit down with you to hear about your ideas and suggestions on how to promote it even further.
I have some great ideas, and I would love to give you some. I know Chair
And
Stevens has
one of
some
them
great
would be
ones
to
too.
have young people run the page and not adults, because we don't know how to market.
Oh,
to each
talk about it, man. That's beautiful. Lastly, and thank you so much for being so responsive to me yesterday. Beacon programs. We were able to get a beacon program in my district, Truman High School. The access to the school has been an issue for the Beacon program and a lot of providers. The whole purpose of a Beacon program is to pretty much have a community-based organization that can have structural programming that the community can actually benefit from. But if the school and DOE and DYCD aren't in cahoots and partnering with each other, and they're given limited access to school space. For instance, I have a wonderful program named Game Over in my district, a beautiful basketball program run by Eric Hicks. They give Game Over a very small gym, and they rent out the bigger gym to schools from Westchester, AAU tournaments, things of that nature. But the whole purpose, and Truman is inside Co-op City, which represents 30,000 individuals and has probably over 10,000 youth. If we could get the bigger space for the building and have more youth inside there, I think that would give them access to a safe space. So the Beacon program I'm very worried about, especially within my community. I've been having this conversation since I've been in office about the same school and the same issues, about having access to space. So can you just talk about that, and how can you help me to improve that? Because I know DYCD is trying to stop gun violence within our community, and I think giving our youth safe spaces that they could explore, network, and be around each other without being afraid that something bad is going to happen, I think that's a #1 initiative that we need to do to stop gun violence.
I agree wholeheartedly. Our Beacon program, has been around Of course, the investment of the first African-American mayor, David Dinkins, in creating the Beacon program. It's one of the vital parts and one of the vital programs in DYCD. I can honestly tell you that Chancellor Banks and I are regularly meeting to discuss issues such as Beacon and access to school and the school facilities. As I committed to you on the phone yesterday when you called me, I already charged my team to make sure that we are investigating that complaint and that we are rectifying that complaint immediately, because that should not be the case.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Thank you, Chair Stevens. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Aviles.
Hi there. Thank you so much for being here and all the work, obviously, that everyone at the agency does for New York City residents. I'd like to talk a little bit about adult literacy. From what I can see, the city continues to deprioritize adult literacy and not kind of meet the urgency of what adult literacy is, a foundational aspect to integrating into communities. Coming from a district that is majority foreign-born, right? We are still severely lacking in capacity for adult literacy, and yet I see here even in the head count that for 29, the head count decreases from 14 to 9. And still the funding overall, in addition to having the asylee arrivals that are coming to our communities, we're still using volunteer networks of folks who are just giving their time to try to help provide adult literacy. It is not enough. I don't understand how we have expanded need, potentially expanding services, and yet we have no needs in the budget. We need adult literacy to be significantly expanded. I appreciate the change in the programming that now allows hybrid. We see that as clearly was successful, and providers absolutely need that flexibility. But I don't see how this budget meets the demand for adult literacy, both in its urgency for communities across New York City, but also in demand. It is one of the more consistent requests that we get, and there is no funding and no services. So could you talk a little bit about that and how the agency is advocating for increased funding and how it why is there a staffing cut?
Good morning. Nice to see you again. Regarding adult literacy, the adult literacy program, we haven't had any actual reductions in service levels for providers. Through this past year, there was additional funding. We thank the council for once again putting those one-time funds that you put in every year.
Can you stick closer to the microphone?
Can you hear me now?
A little better. Those acoustics are terrible.
No problem. I just wanted to say thank the council once again for the one-time funds that you continue to put in the adult literacy program every year. It's appreciated. This year you were able to provide additional 3,500 slots, and so we want to thank you for that. However, regarding the additional funding, we continue to work with our providers in our existing capacity to allocate additional slots, and so we do that every year. The cuts that are proposed for the FY24 fiscal year do not provide any service reductions to that portfolio. And additionally, when we get additional funds for adult literacy provider, because it's one-time funds, it's not like we can do an RFP. And so when we do allocations, we have to only tap into our existing provider network, which kind of limits capacity as far as how much we can do additionally. But we are continuing to work on it. We recognize the value of it. We know how much literacy is important to our communities, especially our immigrant communities, as well as the migrants that are coming to New York City. And so, as the commissioner mentioned, we have the ESOL program at HERCS, and we believe that we'll continue to do good work in those areas, and as we continue to expand, working with OMB to see how we can continue to provide that service. But as far as regarding capacity for providers, we've kind of maximized our existing provider network regarding additional slots. I'll let our Deputy Commissioner Bobbitt add any additional information.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I really think that my colleague, Associate Commissioner Bailey framed the issue well. We are doing what we can supporting the provider network as we can in the context in which she laid it out.
So in terms of, I mean, how is the additional need of the HERCs, how is that funded?
We are using existing funds to fund that within our budget.
So with the existing, you're just transferring money?
We're self-funding as an agency the support for the migrants regarding the ESOL.
So would you say that there is sufficient funding in adult literacy in New York City at this point? What kind of advocacy is the agency doing to maximize the request for additional funding?
Well, we've always appreciated the funding that the council provides every year, as well as the administration's consistent effort. As I mentioned previously, because it's one-time funding, we cannot do multiple-year baseline procurements to award it. And so when we get one-time funding, we have to utilize our existing provider network to allocate those additional slots, which kind of creates capacity issues. And so, you know, if funding has become baseline and we can be much more intentional about the allocation of slots, we believe that we'd be able to hopefully expand our provider capacity and be able to allocate more funding.
So do you think that, I'm sorry, Chair, do you think is the agency of the mindset that this funding should be fully baselined?
Well, if, you know, it's always subject to available funding. You know, the city has a number of competing priorities, and so we will defer to OMB about the availability of funding for the adult literacy portfolio. But again, we are grateful for the additional funds that are always provided by the council.
So given the dance that we have to do with agencies, which, you know, they have enough, but they don't have enough because there's not enough service provision, and OMB apparently is making all the decisions. I will say for the record, it is not enough. It is woefully underfunded. Providers need an expand. I know we've increased the rate that providers are being given over the year, and I applaud that. It is still not enough. We need both expanded rate, and we need expanded services. For a city of 8 million, with a high percentage of immigrant population, $11 million is a pittance for what is required. So if you can't say it, I will say it for you. It needs to be baseline and expanded, and our community's health and safety depend on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I do want to go back to homeless and runaway youth. I have a question regarding what is the utilization rate of the 813 RHY beds, and what is DYCD doing to get it to 100%? There are reports that there are 75% overall utilage between July 1 and December 31st. So how are we getting to 100% utilization?
I'm going to let Deputy Commissioner Susan Haskell respond to that.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for that question. We saw, certainly during COVID, we saw a dip in utilization, but we have seen steady growth in the past fiscal year and a half. We are investing in a marketing campaign. We want to, it was one of the city's commitment as part of its Opportunity Starts with a Home. We want to increase advertising. We have, as you know, we have a street outreach contract where provider is finding youth where they congregate and whenever possible transporting them to a safe place to stay. Yeah, I think we've seen a steadily increasing utilization. We're going to continue to do everything we can to make people aware that the resource is available.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why, even with the drop-in centers, that's one of the things we need to make sure that we're utilizing all the beds, even while we're advocating for more, is going to be really important and essential to clean some of that up. But don't go anywhere, because we're about to start talking about Summer Rising. The council called upon the administration to increase the funding for Summer Rising initiative. $277 million was allocated to DOE and DYCD for the program in fiscal 2023 executive budget. The program incorporated DOE's academic program with DYCD school-based enrichment program through existing Compass, Sonic, and Beacon contracts. Can you provide us with updates of this program?
Yeah, we're really excited. We are really deep in planning for Summer Rising. Summer is upon us.
Summer
and
is here.
Summer's here, you're right. Summer is here. Our plan is to open enrollment for Summer Rising in the month of April. And again, as the Commissioner said, we're going for 110,000 seats again. We maintain a big commitment to K-8 students this summer, and we look forward to rolling it out.
And just to go back to some of because I know Kevin already kind of alluded to this with the trips and outdoor space access. My question is, will there be more flexibility with the scheduling and programming, or is it going to be very restricted in the same way it has been for the last 2 years?
I don't think of it as being restrictive, but I certainly
do.
understand.
I used to run camp, so I do.
Okay. I do understand, that trips have to be planned in a way to accommodate everybody's travel. Absolutely. We want to be as flexible as we can to provide the best experience for young people. So I welcome ideas about how we can do better in that way. Our goal is certainly to be...
You know I have ideas.
I know you do. Our goal is to be as flexible as possible for the best experience for young people.
Absolutely. Will DYCD be leading the efforts in enrollment this year? Because that was a huge challenge last year. It was on DOE's side, and the providers didn't feel like they were part of that. So will you guys be leading that effort, especially because our providers and you guys know how to do recruitment better than DOE?
Again, you and I were out there, right? So we visited a couple of the programs. We heard some of the pain, the issues, and I can honestly say that there's been a real concerted effort on everybody's part to make sure that this year enrollment that we improve it.
Will you guys be taking the lead? Will the providers be taking the lead?
It is a shared program. It is a partnership.
I think that when we say shared, we need to make sure that the things that we do well, that we take the lead on, and the things that they do well, they should take the lead on. And recruitment is something we do well, so that's where we should be focused, and so that it's not all over the place. DOE does not, and I tell them this all the time, so I'm on the education committee too, so this is not new. That is not something that they do because they have not had to do that before. So I'm not understanding why an agency that's never had to do recruitment, because kids typically just show up because they got to go to school, is taking a lead on recruitment. And so I think that, and I'm going to continue to push that this is something that providers do well. They're in the community, they have relationships with the families and the young people. They should be taking the lead on enrollment and recruitment because we do that very well.
And I can tell you those are the conversations that we're having, right? In terms of exactly how do we move forward? How do we get situated and pull out the best possible recruitment program? I'm telling you that the providers, the principal, DOE, DYCD, and of course, I would love for you to weigh in as well. We're all at the table working it out.
Absolutely, but I'm gonna say it again. We do it well, so give it to us. So I'm gonna keep saying it. When will the joint planning for principals and program directors happen? This was one of the drums that I was beating last year a lot. How are we making sure that there is shared deadlines, there are shared meetings, that principals are not getting information before the program providers, and that program providers are not getting different information? When will that start taking place? Is there going to be time and space for them to plan together? Because even when we talk about the flexibility of scheduling and things like that, those things cannot take place unless there's real shared responsibility. Often it does not, although we constantly say it is shared, it does not often feel shared with the providers. They often feel like they are being told to. The principal is stumping them. Like, we had situations where I was calling, like, literally DOE when I was at site, saying, like, this principal is changing the rules, why is this okay, and pushing back, and the providers having no say. So I think some of that could be alleviated if we are having joint planning sessions, that we are making it joint goals and working together. So when will that start and take place?
And again, we hear you, and those planning sessions are occurring, and not only that.
Right now, with the principal and the
we are
directors?
meeting with the principals, but in addition to that, this is where the focus has changed in my communication with Chancellor Banks. He wanted to make sure that there was a senior level investment as well. And so he has added the superintendents into the conversation, into the mix. And the superintendents have had a lot of responsibilities in making sure that programs are suited and situated and that they're working with us and all of our community partners along with the principal to make sure that we get it right. We're having regular meetings with our DOE partners and the superintendents, and I'm going to pivot a little bit and let Susan talk about some of those high-level meetings, but I can honestly tell you that I have a high level of confidence that the enrollment is going to be better and improved this year. But Susan?
Yeah, I agree. The Commissioner's right that planning has begun. DOE has kicked off principal and superintendent meetings, and our team is also present. We've kicked off our CBO convenings, and DOE is also present. And I think acknowledging this was a
I just want to say I love y'all, and this is the same conversation we had last year. There's always a lot of high-level planning, and then it's like, oh, a DOE person is in the room, that's joint planning. I like being a program director and running programming. If the principal and the person who's running that program with them are not sitting down and have shared goals, we know that it's going to become difficult. So I know that you guys are doing your convenings and all those things, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how are we making sure, because last year we had program providers who did not even know where they were going to be until program started, and principals and program providers meeting the week that camp started. And so those things should not be happening. So my question is more around how are we making sure that the two people who are in charge and literally equals are meeting and working together so we can level the playing field and one is not feeling like the other one is not listening to them and those type of things.
So I believe I emphasized in the very beginning that we have focus groups and we're constantly talking with our community-based partners who are involved in Summer Rising to make sure that the focus groups, those communications are elevated to a senior level and those issues are being resolved. So it's happening. It is not like we're segregating the segment out. I was exactly with you, stride by stride, talking with those community-based organizations and understanding the pain in enrollment. And
it's not about enrollment, I'm talking about planning, even before we get to enrollment.
Processing. We're still talking about operationalizing 110,000 young people for the summer. So,
agreed.
Communication is extremely important, and that communication in planning, processing, integration, best practices, all of those conversations are happening on multiple levels.
But the most important level are the people on the ground. And so what happens is every year we have people, because even last year there was we've been planning for months, and it was planning at the top, but there was no conversation about the direct service providers. And so that is something that I want us to make sure that we are keeping an eye and focus on, because even if we're talking, we're not the ones running the program. And so the focus groups are great and those are nice, but it is important that the people running these programs are working together and planning together, because sometimes it's just not, it's disjointed. And listen, everybody who's going to be there, right, the principal and the provider is going to make sure that these kids have fun, they're safe, and they're learning. But it would be so much better if we, and I said it last year, force planning. Some principals and providers do it well automatically, but that's not the case for all. And so in those situations, which means that we should be creating space for those things to take place. And so we just need to keep them in our heads, because what happens is we do plan up here, we do talk, and all those things, but that doesn't always translate at the lower levels in the direct service piece.
I hear you, we hear you, the team hear you, and again, that's the goal, that's the objective, and we are having those conversations.
Okay. What is the total funding for this, for our Summer Rising fiscal 2024 preliminary plan?
Hi, Chair Stevens. The total funding for the FY24 Summer Rising Plan is $150 million.
Do we have the funding for the community-based summer programming, the funding source for that?
Center-based programs, are you referring to? Yes, those funds are baselined in the budget.
Yeah, how much is it?
Give me 1 second.
And just while you're looking for that, are we going to have the same disparities we did last year with Summer Rising contracts being higher than community-based programs again? So is that going to be the same situation again?
So regarding the center-based programming, the funding for this summer is $4.6 million.
How much?
$4.6 million.
$4.6 million.
Yes. And so regarding the.
How many young people does that serve? I'm sorry.
I think it's a little over 2,200, but I don't have that right in front of me.
If you could follow up, that'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Regarding center-based programming and the funding model is consistent on what they have because the services are continuing. Our existing center-based programs offer comprehensive services. The Summer Rising model is a bit different and was enhanced during the prior administration, and so as a result, the price per participant is different between the two.
Yeah, we keep saying that it was enhanced, but they pretty much are doing the same thing, serving the same young people. And often those are the community-based programs that are in NYCHA developments and we're paying them less. So it's like a tales of two cities in literally programs that are doing very, very, very similar work and serving the same people. And then you have providers who have to pay people at the same title level different salaries because of that funding disparity. So we really have to figure that out.
And I want to hear more about your understanding of that because, you know, the community center-based programs and the Summer Rising programs, we just see that the investments and the enrichment and the experiences, you know, and that's what we really focus in on in terms of making sure that young people have an enriching experience for the summer. But I want to hear some of your issues in terms of why you see the equity issue that you see.
Oh, we can talk about it now. Because there's huge equity issues, right? So you have center-based programs who have directors who are literally in charge of buildings. There's no partnerships in there with them. They're there by themselves. Often in NYCHA facilities that are not kept up to par. They are the janitors. They are also the mechanics. They are fixing things. They're the plumbers and doing all those things, and they get less money to run those programs. And so that is a huge equity in itself. Whereas like the Summer Rising folks, they literally just have to show up. If you're in a community-based program, oh, I forgot you forgot that I actually ran community-based programs. You have to buy furniture. You have to make sure that the building is clean. You have to get snacks. You have to have.
I think that's kind of disservice to the Summer Rising program.
It's no disservice because I ran those programs too.
All they have to do is just show up.
It is a big difference. It is a big difference because it is. I'm telling you.
We value both programs.
I value both of them too, and I ran both those programs. But what I'm saying to you is there is a clear difference around the work that is put in a community center and is often dismissed and not seen as important. And then you have another program that is doing very similar work, working with the same group of kids, getting paid less. So we ourselves doing that are putting up a disparity. So that's what we're doing. So
and I respectfully disagree because I've been to Millbank, I've been to a couple of the community-based programs throughout the summer, Carter Center in Staten Island, and you know I'm just inspired by the staff, the programming, and I also visit, of course, the Summer Rising programs as well. It's all inspiring. I don't see a devalue in comparison the way that
we're devaluing them by not paying them the same. So that's the difference. I want to be clear. Both of those programs have amazing people and they do the work because they love it. What I'm saying is the fact that we have two contracts doing almost the same work and sometimes more work at the other program getting paid less, we are saying we're devaluing them.
Yes, please.
I just want to add something to that, Chair Stevens, which you acknowledged a moment ago, which is that there is planning that needs to happen in a Summer Rising program. We have a collaborative planning tool. We set up a lot of time with staff that is being acknowledged in the enhanced rate. So although the activities look very similar, the experience for young people is going to be, a model that we support of enrichment. You yourself acknowledge there's a lot of coordination and planning that needs to happen for that day to be successful because there are two partners working together, and that is what the enhancement acknowledged.
And what I'm saying is we need to acknowledge the enhancement that they're doing in the community-based programs as well. That is what I'm saying. We're not talking about work here, but we're talking about they're doing similar work, they should be getting paid the same. So to me, it's always unacceptable because people don't talk about it. So I'll move on because I still have 3 pages of questions. So we're gonna talk a little bit about SNL, Saturday Night's Lights, my favorite thing to talk about. Darryl, don't come up here giggling. Please detail the proposed FY24 budget for Saturday Night Lights program. Please break down the funds from DYCDs, from the funds from NYPD.
So DYCD has, I believe, a $4.3 million budget for SNL. We are in ongoing conversations with OMB regarding funding for FY24, but we do anticipate planning the expansion, and we recognize that that will continue going forward. There will be no impact to the implementation of the expansion in FY24. We're in continuous conversations with OMB about the appropriate funding levels.
And you said 4.3 million was the budget?
Yes.
How much of that is for NYPD?
I'm unaware of the NYPD budget. I can only speak to DYC figures.
Okay, thank you. How was this budget determined? And were any changes made due to the under-enrollment of increased needs?
So the budget was determined, I believe, is $40,000 for the program.
$45,000 for program.
For the-
$5,000.
For
So-
AOTPS,
Yeah,
yes.
why are you
So
over there
each
whispering?
site receives $45,000 from us to operate.
You said what? 45,000?
45,000. And then we take 5,000 off the top for administrative fees. So it's like a $50,000 allocation per program, 5,000 for administrative, supporting our internal staff, also the supports that we give them. We're also providing food at every site every Saturday.
How many young people does this program serve?
A little over 4,100.
How's this program being evaluated to determine its success?
So we don't currently have a long-term evaluation, but we do have our staff going out, conducting our internal site visit evaluations to determine how programs are operating, who's being successful, what are best practices. Of course, as part of our best practice, if we have sites, and I'm sure this might be one of your questions, if we have sites that aren't performing well, we are activating our partners to ensure that we are pushing in other young people. We're working with them on staff development, training. We've even gotten to the point where we've modified the sport. So someone that was trying to do basketball, but young people wasn't clicking, they're now doing baseball, and now young people are coming in. We've changed site locations in some cases. One that you may be familiar with is Patterson. Patterson's the smallest site. We moved them to a school. They have an uptick now of enrollment and retention. And of course, one of the other questions may be, what about the sites that are still not performing well? So we are taking a look at those sites and coming to a final decision on whether or not those are the best locations for SNL programs.
So you said you didn't have an evaluation, but it seems like you do. So can you talk about when when you're going to start this long-term evaluation? Because what is this? We're in what, year 3, 2 of this program?
Is it year 3 with us? That's
Yeah.
correct. So yeah, we are in some discussions around what a long-term longitudinal study and evaluation looks like for SNL. But again, currently we are using our internal processes to evaluate the programs, make modifications if needed.
Okay. Thank you so much. You answered all my questions before I asked them. So. I know. You're doing better. All right, so we're going to talk about language access. The preliminary plan includes an additional $5 million for language access programming in fiscal 2023. This is a one-time city funding for translation and interpretation services. Does DYCD plan to baseline this funding?
There are ongoing conversations around that. I cannot give final answer at that time, this time.
There's so many ongoing conversations.
It's budget season, Chair Stevens.
So many
The budget,
conversations.
we do negotiations up until the adopt plan. So we're hopeful that by the end of this fiscal year, all issues will be resolved and addressed.
What programs does DYCD have currently for the expansion of citywide language accessibility?
We'll have to get back to you on that, sorry.
Okay. So we're going to talk about adult literacy. I did hear in the opening statement that Commissioner Howard said that there will be a hybrid option. I know providers will be happy to hear that. So I know that's one of the things we were talking about for a while. So thank you for acknowledging that. Funds for the adult literacy providers for basic education, English language, and high school equivalency programs that serves New York City's adult learners. Last year, the council pushed for the administration to enhance the program with an additional $6.7 million was added at adoption. This new funding was supposed to increase the levels of investment per student for the upcoming DYCD RFP. The Council Adult Literacy Pilot Program, the first in the nation, has proven that adult literacy education is underfunded in New York City. Of the $6.7 million, OMB stated that $1.4 million are transferred to OMI for literacy services. Has OMB consulted with DYCD before utilizing the $1.4 million?
Yes, Chair Stevens. In partnership with OMB, DYCD submitted that for the savings plan.
Has the remaining funding of $5.3 million used? How was the remaining funding for $5.3 million used in fiscal 2023?
The large majority of the additional funding was used to support the over 3,000 slots for the participants. In addition, there are one-time funding for AOTPS needs to enhance services.
Adult literacy. In DYCD, Adult Literacy Program Manager met with last week, Thursday. Associate Commissioner Zhang informed the program managers that because the forthcoming adult literacy RFP has been postponed, programs will receive one-year contract extensions for FY 2024. However, they stated that the contract expansions will only include the pre-FY 22 baseline funds, not the additional $8 million expansion funds that was baseline in 2021 and 2022, and including the contracts for FY 22 and FY 23. If the $8 million was baseline in FY 22 and FY 23, why is it not automatically being included in the extension contracts? The commissioner said that there was no cuts in the existing programs.
So I can't speak to the conversation or the email that you're referring to regarding wrong, but as far as additional slots, if there's additional funding that was baselined and we enhance those programming, regarding any continuation, that would be included in that continuation. If, Deputy Commissioner Barber would like to expand on, he can, but regarding the $8 million, it was baselined, and again, the additional slots is around 4,900. There should be no changes to the provider's contract if it's continuing, unless there was a decision for performance to make modifications to that contract. But again, Deputy Commissioner Bobbitt can provide additional information.
No, that's correct. I just wanted to draw attention. You referenced the RFP, and I think you said the RFP had been delayed. There's a concept paper which has been released, and we're reviewing the findings from the concept paper, but I wouldn't say that the RFP had been delayed per se. It's just that it's forthcoming.
But we're extending the contracts, correct?
We don't intend for there to be a gap in services, so we're...
That's not what I asked. So we're extending...
Could you restate the question then?
Yeah, so I'm asking, so if their contracts are up in the RFP, because we're waiting for the concept paper, that is postponed. It's okay, I'm just asking, so if it's postponed, because if their contract is ending and we didn't have the RFP out in time, we're extending the contract, right?
Yes, we are extending contract through FY23 into FY24, that's
So it's
correct.
postponed, that's okay. It's not a problem. But the question is that if there was additional money added before, so with the extension, that's not going to be the case, the $8 million?
So we have the commissioner who sent that information, so he can definitely expand on it. But again, if there's $8 million that was added to the budget and was awarded to providers, we will then have that included in the continuation plan that you're referencing, unless there was some kind of performance issue.
Okay.
I think there needs to be a little bit of clarification, because I was at the meeting with the providers, and we talked about renewing the current contracts for FY24. So one of the questions that came up was, does the renewal include the baseline additional $8 million? I said, no, we're renewing the base contracts, and until the end of the year, and I cannot say what we're going to do with the additional. I know this baseline. I told them that we will have a plan for that. Maybe most likely we'll continue to expand the base contracts as we have been doing in the last few years. That's how we explain that. I think there was a confusion.
I also want to give Assistant Commissioner Bailey an opportunity to further clarify as well.
So again, Chair, if there was baseline awards allocated to providers and in the continuation plan, that would be continued. And so if there's $8 million as baseline, unless it was a one-time allocation, that's the only reason why it would not be part of the continuation plan.
That's what I'm asking about, the one-time $8 million. That's not included. And so that's why they're pushing back around. Is that going to be included as well?
If it's one-time funding, we can't do baseline modifications of contracts if there's no funding in the out years. So if it's just a one-time funding initiative, then what he is referring to is correct. It's just a one-time slot increase or enhancement to their contract. Okay, thank you.
According to the advocates and stakeholders, the fair rate for adult literacy infrastructure should be $2,700 per student or $450 per instructional hour. The city has committed to increasing the rate to $950 to $130, but that only includes the one-time COLA. How will the city pay adult literacy providers in FY 2024?
So as the Assistant Commissioner Wong referenced, the concept paper and RFP was delayed, and so we are continuing with the existing rates that are reflected to those contracts that are inclusive of ICR, WAY, and COLA over the term of their existing contract. As we move forward and do the award, the PPP will be increased to $1,300, and that's all we can provide at this time because we can only award based on available funding.
What is the timeline for the next RFP?
I'm going to defer to our ACO, Dana Kentilemi.
So currently, right now, we're in the progress of reviewing all of the feedback that came in, and we're looking at an RFP release in the fall.
September, October, November. You
Sorry?
said the fall, September,
Fall
October?
of this, yeah.
September? Okay,
Well,
good.
I don't want to say September. I'm going to commit to a season because I don't like to say September on record.
I mean,
But
the way the weather works
fall-
around here,
fall
it might be
with the
fall
goal-
next week.
I know.
So you might not want to
Fall-
commit to that either.
Fall with contracts to begin July of 2024, July 1st.
Will DYCD commit to raising the rate to $270 per student or $450 per instructional hour in the RFP?
DYC can only provide funding based on what we have in our budget, and at this time, we do not have the funds for a rate as you are proposing.
What do you have funds for?
The $1,300 that's reflected in the concept paper.
Interesting. Is the administration planning to advocate for adult literacy funding from the state?
I believe the administration is always welcome to any additional funding from the state or federal government to support services. So if there's any opportunity, we would definitely take advantage of that.
So we're going to talk about SYEP. Hi, Valerie, you coming up here? What is the target number of slots for summer 2024?
So we're excited to say we're going to serve 100,000 young people this summer.
The deadline for application submission is March 31st. How many applications has DYCD received to date?
So to date, we have received slightly over 100,000.
Already?
Slightly over 100,000 already.
All right, look at us. That's good news. What changes does DYCD make to the application process? Because you know how I feel about the application. You should be collecting information.
So this year, we worked with our vendor to make some changes to the application that would make it easier to fill out. We've heard a lot of feedback that it takes a long time, it's not straightforward. So some of the changes we made were that the application automatically routes you to the type of slot as opposed to a young person having to figure out how to access which type of slot. We're excited about that. So the idea behind what we did was to make it so that the logic was more automatic for a young person as opposed to them having to kind of break down what a PIN number is, how to access their school or their school-based slot.
Do we add anything around trying to connect them to other services? You know how I feel about those. We haven't done that yet.
No, not in the application process.
Okay, we'll get there someday. How many providers does DYCD have managing SYP slots?
We have 65 SYP providers.
And that hasn't been extended as of yet. As the number of employees of youth increase, what is the process that DYCD has to secure work sites for enhancing programs?
Yeah, so our employer engagement team is something that we're really proud to say has expanded their capacity. So we have a team at the SYEP staff at DYCD who's focused on reaching out to all sorts of employers, from government agencies to private businesses. We also have a lot of support from City Hall around the First Deputy Mayor's Business Leadership Council, who we work with her to recruit employers there. We're on the ground with SBS, reaching out to MWBEs, to their network of bids. So SBS has been a great partner to us in connecting to their networks. We've tapped into all of our other agencies, not only to ask them to host young people, but to connect us to their vendors so that we can reach out to their vendors to ask them to host as well.
And I know last year the council did a great job of getting interns, and so I want to make sure we're partnering with you guys again to make sure that, you know, council members are hosting staff, and I think we need to do a better job at tackling our state members. So let's create a plan to get them on board, to get as many of them as well to start hosting some of our young people. So let's talk offline. What is the current number of city agencies that DYCD use for SYEP programming?
I can get you that number in 1 minute. I believe it was 82. Don't hold me to it. Yep, last year we had placements at 82 different city agencies.
Could you give me a breakdown of like which agencies, the top agencies?
It's a list of 82, so I can give it to you offline.
Could you give me the top 5 of who had like the most young people?
So our biggest one last year was the NYPD. I think you know that we have a really big partnership with them, and this year we're looking to expand that to have young people at every single precinct across the city. So NYPD is a great partner. Parks, CUNY, NYCHA, H&H, DOE, DIFTA is a great partner. They host interns themselves and also help us place young people at their senior centers. Libraries, DSS.
Thank you. Okay. I have some additional questions. Is it correct that after the EHV vouchers and current DYCD City FEP voucher pilot vouchers are exhausted, that DYCD has not confirmed that RHY and DYCD programs will have access to City FEP's vouchers without having to enter DHS shelter system?
I did hear your words, but can you repeat that question a lot? There was a lot in
There
there.
was so many words and so many letters. Is it correct that after the EHV vouchers and current DYCD City FEP's pilot vouchers are exhausted, that DYCD has not confirmed that RHY and DYCD programs will have access to the City FEP vouchers without entering DHS shelters?
That's accurate. We don't have confirmation of that right now, but we do, like, young people at this moment have access to vouchers in DYCD-funded RHY programs. So we continue to be able to, like, through the support we were talking about, get access for runaway and homeless youth to vouchers directly from an RHY program.
And we definitely should work on that. Is it true that DYCD's RHY residential 2016 and 2018 contracts are funded at over $3K less than their 2019 contracts? Why is this, and what is DYCD doing to enhance all programs that are funded at the same level?
That's accurate. Funding comes through an RFP process. We've had so much growth and expansion in runaway and homeless youth over the last several years. There were multiple RFPs. There are some programs that are funded off of an RFP that is funded at slightly less than the later RFPs, and we look forward to future RFPs and coming up with a unified RFP, PPP.
So I know we talked about this a little bit already, but this is some of the questions that we have from the providers. Does DYCD have 24-hour drop-in centers disallowing sleeping and standing? When is the last time DYCD met with providers about this issue?
That's a good question. I'm having a hard time pulling up the exact last time. We've had a tremendous amount of communication since the guidance to drop-in centers on January 13th. Probably more than a dozen meetings with young people, advocates, providers. We've done our best to hear provider concerns and also tried to address their questions, clarify our guidance. I wouldn't be surprised if the most recent conversation was yesterday. We've been meeting consistently.
Providers are saying that they've only met once regarding this issue, so I would suggest that maybe we should have a follow-up meeting. Maybe you have had communications, but they're saying there was only one meeting regarding this issue, so we should definitely think about having an official meeting. When will DYCD be issuing a policy which is a policy around this issue and that's been requested by the providers?
I mean, I think our guidance was clear. We did have follow-up questions from providers to offer clarification. We want to make sure their questions are answered. I don't think we'll be issuing any new policy around that, but we do want to communicate answers to their questions.
What additional funding is DYCD advocating for to increase the DIC contracts to support 24-hour case management and on-site supportive services during overnight hours?
Where contracts are funded. We currently have funded contracts for drop-in centers. I'm not aware of any plan to increase drop-in center rates at this time.
But that's something that they're saying that they're needed. So are we advocating for this? Is this something that we see as a need?
I'd like to hear more from providers about that. This is,
This is very much new to the conversation.
Well, it's new, but now we heard it, so we'll talk more about it since this is the first time you guys are hearing
And
it.
I appreciate that, and this allows us to talk offline. Yeah.
So guess what? That was the last question. You guys made it. Look at that. All right. So, all right, and Kevin doesn't have any more questions either. Look, I wasn't that bad. I told you I wasn't gonna be that bad. Told you, it was great. All right, so we will now be hearing from the public, and I will turn it over to council.
All right, thank you to this panel. That concludes testimony from the administration. And we will now turn to public testimony. We will be limiting public 2 minutes. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the sergeant at arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin.
I'll call you later.
sorry, I was tripping you. I apologize.
If everyone can please just have a seat. If we can please have quiet in the room, we are beginning shortly.
I'm back.
We will now turn to public testimony. We're going to limit public testimony today to 2 minutes. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. Now I'll call our first in-person panel. Lena Billick, Alan Yu, Caitlin Passaretti, and Sean John Louis. You can begin when ready.
Thank you to Chair Stevens, the Youth Committee, and the Council for the chance to testify. My name is Lena Billick, Senior Policy Analyst at Children's Aid. For 170 years, Children's Aid has worked to ensure there are no boundaries to the aspirations of youth. We serve 50,000 youth at 40 sites across the city and receive Compass, Sonic, Beacon, SYP, and adult literacy funding from DYCD. We're also members of the Campaign for Children and support its priorities. DYCD-funded CBOs are critical infrastructures not only for youth but for working families. They're touch points for academics, social emotional growth, career development, and we create spaces for socialization and joy. Despite this, we do see the mayor's prelim budget proposing a $29 million PEG that we strongly suggest do not impact DYCD programming when we've already had to do so much more with less for so long. There are reductions in the budget that are not clearly explained, and we urge clarity and to keep these programs whole. I go into more detail in my written testimony about how to shore up the sector, including a 6.5% COLA, payment of backlogs, and a fully funded prevailing wage schedule through Intro 510, but I will highlight a few pieces now. For Compass and Sonic, these contracts have not been reprocured in many years, leaving us with outdated rates that don't reflect the current labor market or inflation. We urge DYCD to reissue an RFP with a higher cost per participant rate to reflect the true cost of programming of a floor of $21 an hour. As operators of Beacons, we also urge Beacons to have the same supports as other school-focused DYCD programs and a higher rate of $21 an hour as a floor. We have data that shows that students at the school where we operate our Beacon in Chair Stevens' district that attend our after school have markedly lower rates of chronic absenteeism than the students that do not in that same school. I also want to lift up the importance of adult literacy programs and the asks of that coalition, which we support. Through talking to our program participants, we have learned our program has created a strong network of mentorship, resources, and community for families. Cuts to DYCD right now are unacceptable given the need, and we look forward to working with the council to get clarity on all this and ensure the sustainability of the youth sector in the city. Thank you so much.
You can begin.
Hello. I would like to thank by thanking Chair Stevens and all the members of the Committee on Youth Services for holding today's preliminary budget hearing on youth services. My name is Caitlin Passaretti. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Associate at the Citizens Committee for Children of New York. CCC is a multi-issue child advocacy organization that documents the facts, engages and mobilizes New Yorkers, and advocates for solutions to ensure that every New York child is healthy, housed, educated, and safe. Youth services provide essential opportunities, employment, and connections for young people in New York City. Youth programming helps to maintain connections among peers and helps to keep families connected to support systems, as well as provide financial opportunities and independence. CCC's Keeping Track of New York City's Children found that 62% of youth aged 18 to 24 reported a loss of employment income since March 2020, and nearly a quarter of youth aged 16 to 24 are out of school and out of work in New York City. This data shows too many young people are facing barriers in accessing education, employment, and other community supports. CCC knows that investing in youth services is a key way to achieve community well-being, and youth across the city agree. In their 2023 youth agenda, youth leaders named economic mobility for youth a top priority and urged that the ability for all youth to access year-round employment. We need creative, non-carceral solutions to violence, and we urge the mayor and city council to utilize this city budget to invest heavily in community programming, parks, housing, youth sports, employment, and behavioral health. Additionally, we are calling for investments in targeted planning to support runaway and homeless youth. City leaders must reform the city FEPS vouchers so that runaway and homeless youth can utilize said vouchers without having to enter the DHS shelter system, and must also eliminate the 90-day rule for city FEPS eligibility. Oh dear. The city must invest $2.42 million to create 40 additional DYCD beds for youth aged 21 to 24. And we also urge the city invest $1.62 million to maintain funding for the peer navigators positions to support youth in the DYCD system. The city must also prioritize supporting the youth services ecosystem, including by supporting and strengthening the youth services workforce. CCC is also a member of the Campaign for Children, and we echo their recommendations, primarily creating a path to universal and year-round youth services by establishing 12-month youth service contracts, increasing the cost per participant rates for Compass and Sonic, shift to a K-8 summer programming model to draw on the best aspects of summarizing and summer camp models, and invest $4.8 million in Green Thumb to hire community engagement coordinators and support youth in those positions. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and sorry for going over.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and the rest of the Youth Services Committee for allowing me to testify here today. My name is Sean Jean-Louis, pronouns he, him, and I'm the Policy Director over at Expand Ed Schools. Real quick, before we get into it, just want to thank Chair Stevens for coming to visit the WEDCO program over at High Bush Green last month and just listening to how our partnership over there works. Secondly, I want to acknowledge that although we're not a direct service organization by nature, we partner with about 65 distinct CBOs in over 134, school-based sites, and about 65 of those sites are DYCD funded. So, although I haven't really tested the kind of quantitative statistical power of that sample, when they speak in unison, we listen. And what we've heard is a need for real authentic provider engagement to get the next round of contracts and the new RFP rolling. An awareness that the December 2022 release date for the concept paper around that RFP has passed, and a reticence around the timing and the release of the concept paper. There's also a real desire to inform the process so that there's a capacity within the scope of the new contracts to hire and retain staff effectively, and to not compete with themselves when it comes to pay parity between community-based programs and school-based programs. I also want to take the time to highlight how Expand Ed has been kind of a guide for agencies like DYCD in the past. In its previous iteration as tasked the After School Corporation, that work was kind of leveraged in order to incorporate the after-school, institutionalized after-school infrastructure that exists today. And in our current iteration, we look to continue to be a leader in that field around provider support and engagement and what it looks like to center provider voice. I want to thank the council for making that work possible with your $4 million citywide initiative allocation in FY23, and also thank offices such as Chair Stevens' office and Councilmember Riley's office for taking meetings and listening to our $6 million ask for FY24 to continue that work in pushing the field forward around provider support, engagement, and center and provider voice. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. That concludes this panel. Our next in-person panel will be Elizabeth Byrd, Yvette Russell, Gregory J. Morris, and Sheila Duke. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Byrd. I am Director of Public Policy at Educational Alliance. We're a settlement house with community centers located throughout the Lower East Side. Our youth development work includes after-school programming, a teen center, community school partnerships, and summer youth programming. Please see my complete written testimony for our full recommendations. Since our last RFPs were issued in 2015, we've had to stretch our contract dollars to provide programming amid significant inflation and highly competitive labor market. Costs associated with materials, trips, buses have all increased dramatically since then. So our contracted per student rate is no longer sufficient to provide quality programming. Any further cuts could simply not be supported by our programs. To recruit the staff we need, people who are energetic and passionate about working with young people, we have to be able to offer competitive wages and provide an expedient hiring process. Today, chain retail businesses pay higher starting wages than our contracts allow. Additionally, we experience long delays of 6 weeks or more to secure DOE staff clearances. Often, qualified candidates simply withdraw their application in order to take similarly paid position working in retail or another industry. Now is not the time to be enacting any cuts. We urge the city to reverse the peg, adjust contract rates to reflect the true cost of operating high-quality programs, and set a wage floor of $21 an hour, and expedite background clearances to 2 weeks. I also want to just say quickly about Summer Rising. We desperately need the city to expedite the budget approval process for summer programming and commit to allowing contracted providers a minimum of 6 weeks to effectively jointly plan their programs and hire staff. Finally, I just wanted to lift up the concerns about students with disabilities. I urge DYCD to develop a clear plan and allocate funding to providers to ensure that we're able to equitably serve all students participating in after-school or summer programming. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Good morning, my name is Yvette. Good morning, my name is Yvette Russell. Strategy Officer at Read Alliance. Thank you so much, committee and chair, for hearing my testimony today. Read Alliance, READ, is requesting $100,000 in City Council initiative funding to support its critical dual impact program in low-income neighborhoods within the 5 boroughs of New York City. Read Alliance trains and pays high school students as individual reading tutors for younger peers within the same communities. More than 85% of early elementary students who complete the READ program improve in more than 1 grade level in reading as a result of the individualized phonics instruction they receive from their team leaders. And these young people who are employed as their reading tutors earn minimum wage up to $1,000 or more within a few months, and have the opportunity to participate in robust teen leadership programming that leads to improved social and emotional learning and positive post-secondary outcomes. Since 2000, Read Alliance has employed more than 15,000 high school youth, providing over 18,000 kindergarten, first, and second grade students with individualized reading tutoring. In fiscal year 22, Read Alliance employed 441 unique teens in 659 positions, earning minimum wage or more. In fiscal year 23, Read has employed 500 unique teen leaders in all 5 boroughs of New York to date, partnering with more than 100 high schools, 17 from which we recruit more than 20 teens each year as reading tutors. Intrinsic to our model is the magic of the near-peer connection and the bond that is created between older children and younger children in tutoring, mentoring, and role model relationship. Young people are employed in their own communities, many working in the same elementary schools they attended as children. creating a sense of community empowerment and belonging. For most READ team leaders, this is their first job. They're economically empowered and meaningful and paid work experience where they can contribute to their family income, bringing spending and saving power back into the local community. READ is part of the team. Every young person employed at READ is part of the Teen Leadership Program, which is a structured set of enhancements supporting college readiness, career exposure, mental health and wellness program, financial literacy, leadership development. Every year, READ hosts an annual youth summit at which approximately 100 young people from all 5 boroughs, many who are SYEP participants, attend an all-day symposium celebrating their achievements and connecting them to diverse professionals and extracurricular enrichments. READ Alliance is committed to paving a pathway to education careers for teen leaders. Work experience to that end, we've built a robust relationship with College of Staten Island and with Hunter College, the latter of which 16 READ Alliance teen leaders from all 5 boroughs are currently taking classes at Hunter College's Urban Education College Now course this spring. We've established a connection that would facilitate admissions priority to help connect young people with interests and teaching professions, specifically on a path to pursue that career. Thank you for your consideration and for the extended time.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Greg Morris. I'm the CEO of the New York City Employment Training Coalition. For 25 years, the coalition has played a vital role in presenting and championing policy priorities that support the alignments and coordination of workforce development and economic development, seek to reduce and eliminate barriers, to meaningful long-term employment based on systemic and structural bias, and supply every New Yorker with the skills, training, and education they need to survive and thrive. Now, you know, the testimony that we give is you get, you see it, you review it. I want to note something you said, Chair Stevens. You said we have the same conversations year after year, and you're right about that. And I want to highlight for you the same conversations we have year after year. We have a broken procurement system in the city that results in contracts not being met on time, people being paid what they deserve. We have a summer youth employment investment, which is fantastic, but doesn't relate to year-round employment opportunities, which we know folks really need. We know there's a disconnect between the school system and CUNY, which results in young people not finding significant pathways to careers. We know we've got a broken workforce development system. We also know what neighborhoods tend to have the highest rates of unemployment year after year after year. We know it's Black and brown New Yorkers that are always left the farthest behind. But we know the answers and solutions. And the investment that this council can make, I think, right now in year-round employment opportunities for young people. I think the investment that this council can make in adult literacy. I think the investment this council can make in supporting partnerships in communities that need access to services and supports matters more than ever. And I guess I'll just only add to that particular thought. We are in a moment of crisis, and whether it's related to the unemployment not bouncing back, or it's related to 1/3 of young men in the city not having access to full-time work, or it's the surge in cash assistance recipients. This is a moment we can take to pull ourselves together and act in a way that ensures equity and opportunity. And I know this council believes in that, and I trust and respect your investment, Chair Stevens, and this committee's in making sure that our young people have a great path to the 21st century workforce. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Service Committee. My name is Sheila Duke. I'm the proud CEO at Roads to Success. Roads to Success is a 22-year-old organization whose mission is to empower young people to take control of their futures. We envision a world where everyone has equitable path to success. Roads to Success currently serves over 5,000 youth and young people each year in Harlem, the Bronx, and Brooklyn with programs and services that empower, impact, and build core skills to ensure stable and thriving pathways for our clients. Roads to Success programs range from traditional after-school programs, youth employment, workforce, and job readiness programs, and leadership development. In just 110 days, yes, 110 days, summer programs will officially launch. And let me just pause here and say that I highlight, underscore, and exclamation point all the things that was spoken about this morning. Additionally, programs and services that provide young people meaningful pathways for employment are critical, such that we talked about this morning. Roads to Success provides positive workforce development and training throughout the city's most underserved young people. RTS has been an SYEP host for 5 years and summarizing for the past 3 years. This summer, we are looking towards continued partnerships to enhance intentional continuity of services, again, intentional continuity of services year-round, to eliminate the pain points of CBOs. RTS has served over 9,395 applicants since 2019. RTS remains home for thousands of young people and adults throughout the city, where we employ over 200 people annually, in which 65% of our staff have been employed with us for over 5 years. Again, I would just like to thank City Council for prioritizing young people and making critical investments to ensure their stabilities. Roads to Success is respectfully requesting new City Council funding this year so that we can deepen our impact and serve more young people throughout the city. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for this panel. I do have a couple questions, and so specifically around Education Alliance. I would love to hear a little bit more about the experience that you talked about around students with disabilities related to Summer Rising last year. I know that there was a number of challenges, and just wanted to get on the record some of those challenges that you faced.
Yeah, I think, and I am not, just to clarify, I'm not in the school, so I get this from our program directors. But my understanding is that it is challenging to make sure that we have the services we need if a student is identified as having disabilities and has a paraprofessional or assistive technology that is available to them during the school day. It's not always translated into the after-school program or, for example, in Summer Rising. So what we're asking is that we are contracted or that we have funds that are allocated so that we are supported to do that financially, but also that we have support from DYCD to make sure that those services are maintained for the continuous period that a student is with us.
Thank you. And I just wanted to also just highlight, I know New York Employment Training Coalition, you spoke about Reimagine year-round program. That's one of the things that I've been hitting the drum with a lot around, because I think when we talk about the expansion of SYP, and yes, that's great, but if you look at the rates of unemployment for young people in New York City, we have the highest rate in the nation right now at 23.8%, which is extremely high. And so we do need to get to a place where we're reimagining what the workforce looks like. And so we are definitely on the same page around how are we moving forward, and not just talking about SYP and looking at what does Work, Learn, Grow look like, what does internships look like, and really reimagining it. Because when we were younger, a lot of us was able to go work at McDonald's or Foot Locker or whatever. That is not the case anymore. And so as a city, this is something we definitely need to tackle together. So thank you for bringing that up.
I appreciate you saying that. If I may just say, my first job in the city was helping young people sign up for summer youth employment many, many years ago. And I'm very proud of that. But as you pointed out, we need to reimagine the workforce development system, and that means year-round opportunities. It's our workforce development providers who make that possible.
Absolutely.
And so we encourage their support.
Yeah, and so we definitely would definitely want to set up some time to even talk offline. So thank you.
Chair Stevens, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you to this panel for your presentation today. My first job actually, and I stated yesterday at the rally for the library cuts, was working at the library. And what was so sustainable, I got it through summer youth, and I was able to be a page and continue out that job while I was in high school. So I just want to get your feedback, because I did mention it to DYCD and to the administration that the providers that we connect our youth with, they should be providers that can actually offer them positions throughout the school year so they have year-round employment. I just want to get your feedback on that.
Yeah, I would just say, and I think we'd probably all be in agreement, that we need to increase access to the opportunity. The reality is the investment has been in summer youth, and the data tells you about summer youth. It's a great entry point, but it doesn't always lead to actual employment opportunities that last beyond those 6 weeks. Providers could be in a position, if they were resourced to do so, And if employers expressed a willingness to commit to seeking employment pathways for workers from the summer, if we actually could build the pathway to our mayor's model of what apprenticeships could look like, you'd want to start from this place. You'd want to start from that 6 weeks, leads to my time in school, leads to year-round programming, leads to an internship, apprenticeship, and so on. The workforce development providers that I work with can see that. They have that model. Many of them, stressed and overwhelmed by the pandemic, had to provide lots of other resources to support folks through this particular challenging period. But the reality is, in this moment, face-to-face work got cut back. So as much as we talk about the numbers sort of bouncing back in terms of unemployment, face-to-face work got cut back. So there's a lot of folks, in particular those young men we talked about and young people that we talked about, who don't have access. We need to connect the dots and make it more likely than not that my summer job turns into my year-round opportunity, turns into a true career path. That requires an investment. The investment's been made in SYP. It hasn't been made in year-round programming.
All long-term, so that's part of the issue. And I mean, that's why I even said today around even the information that we're collecting at SYP is just not accurate because it doesn't lead to anything else. So instead of us asking for a Con Edison bill or a light bill, we should be asking what other services do you need and how can we connect those things.
That's right. You were spot on when you started by saying we need a reimagining and we need to connect the dots. If I apply for one thing, I should have access to others. That's how we reimagine, and that's how we can activate. And I think we all understand how that's possible.
Because the providers know what the answers are because we're doing the work. I said that too.
That's why you're the people's champ right here. Thank you so much.
Say that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Ms. Duke, you wanted to say something?
No, I was just going to say also just the application process. It's not easy for a young person who has come to us in 1 year to ensure that they're going to come to us the next year. It's the lottery system. It's making sure that the justice-involved youth that have been, we helped so many of them last year, but we don't know that many of them will be placed with us just because the disjointed application system. So we really need to look at the application system and the continuity over time that we have a young person in our portals.
Absolutely.
No, I agree, and I would be remiss if I don't say, Ms. Duke, it's a pleasure to see you. I've known you since college, and you're still advocating for young people. It's amazing to see you here today presenting. You guys are spot on. I think Chair Stevens, with the leadership of Chair Stevens, we've been kind of putting that to the administration. We're trying to give our young people access and opportunities to be way more than they possibly believe, and the lack of access that we're giving to them, but we're pointing fingers and saying that they're doing so much bad things out there when we're not providing them with the proper resources is, foolery. So with that being said, please utilize us as your weapons to combat and fight against what's going on out there, and I appreciate the services that you've been doing.
It's a true partnership.
Absolutely.
That's the only way we're going to get this done.
I have a big voice, so I feel really weird like using the microphone, but I did want to just add, in Read Alliance, we work with young men, a lot of young men who are serving as tutors. And as a tutor, going into a classroom where you may have been someone who struggled with reading and having, this literally just happened last week. I walked into one of the classrooms. There was a young male tutor, teenager, working with a little kid, 6 years old. When the student was leaving, he took his pinky and went like this to his tutor and said to him, "Pinky, swear that you're going to come back tomorrow." And I couldn't believe it. These are little kids that are coming into the classroom already feeling like they are at a disadvantage and they are being stigmatized, and then to look up to a teenager whose job it is to help support them not only in their reading, but their near peer development, that ability to be able to see the future in themselves by a teenager who's right in front of them. We have to do more about making sure that those teenagers have connections that remain in their community and that also provide them a pathway to go out, explore, grow, and come back and serve their community. So I thank you again for your support today.
No, absolutely. I think those are important, and that's why we do the work that we do, making sure that we're giving people opportunity. And it's always important that people who look like us are serving us, right? And so, often a lot of young men, and especially men of color, aren't working with young people. But they are. People say that, but they really are. And those things are really needed, and we need to make sure we're creating space for those things to happen. You can't be what you can't see. So we want to make sure that we're in all those spaces as well. But I want to thank this panel because we do have a number of people
Thank you so much.
who want to testify. And so thank you guys. And just a reminder, we want to make sure that when we are testifying, all of our providers are doing amazing work, and we always want to hear about them. But we want to just remember to think about what are some of the bigger city initiatives that we want to be talking about, and not necessarily focusing on the micro level. So just make sure we're kind of talking about that, and your testimony reflects that as well. Thank you.
Our next in-person panel will be Liza Schwartzwald, Ariel Savransky, Ira Yankwit, Nicholas Lombardo, and Jeffrey Lau. I agree. You can begin when ready.
Thank you, Chair Stevens, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ira Yankwit, and I am the Executive Director of the Literacy Assistance Center. That's better. My name is Ira Yankwit. I'm the Executive Director of the Literacy Assistance Center. I'm also a proud member of the New York City Coalition for Adult Literacy. Despite what we heard earlier, Mayor Adams has proposed devastating cuts to adult literacy education. Cuts that would bring funding to its lowest level since 2016 and which would eliminate opportunities for approximately 10,000 students. As you know, there are more than 2.2 million adults in New York City with limited English language proficiency or who don't have a high school diploma. Yet combined city and state funding is so low that fewer than 4% of these adults are able to access adult basic education, high school equivalency, or English for speakers of other language classes in any given year. Moreover, over the past year, more than 50,000 asylum seekers and refugees have arrived in New York after fleeing life-threatening social, political, environmental, and economic conditions in their home countries. But rather than committing to bolster the resources and critical services that all of our communities deserve, Mayor Adams has proposed unconscionable budget cuts to crucial programs, including adult literacy education. In response to the mayor's preliminary budget, the Literacy Assistance Center and the New York City Coalition for Adult Literacy call on the city to do three things. First, restore and baseline $20.4 million in funding for DYCD RFP contracted adult literacy programs. This would include $5.7 million in established baseline funding, the $8 million in expansion funding that was baselined in FY22, and the $6.7 million that was added for additional expansion in FY23. The restored and baseline funding should be used both to keep programs whole and to invest in greater resources, services, and supports for students. Second, renew the $4 million City Council discretionary adult literacy initiative with added flexibility so that programs that receive this funding are not bound by the problematically low $9.50 per student DYCD funding rate. And third and finally, renew the $2.5 million City Council discretionary adult literacy pilot project and expand it to $5 million under the new title, Adult Literacy Program Enhancement, now that the pilot has proven to be a resounding success. Thank you for your time.
Ready to go? All right, hi, my name is Liza Schwartzwald. I'm the Senior Manager of Economic Justice and Family Empowerment with the New York Immigration Coalition. We are a 200 plus CBO serving group. We do policy and advocacy across New York State. I'm not going to echo all of the numbers that my colleague here, Ira, has stated. I am cognizant that we are at a youth services hearing, so I want to add that perspective as well. Right now in New York City, there are 456,000 limited English proficient parents of children under the age of 18. That's a little over half of all immigrant parents. Additionally, for many years, New York City's immigrant youth have been dropping out of school in staggering numbers at a rate almost 5 times that of their native English-speaking peers. So, the number one indicator of success for children in school is, in fact, the level of education that their parents have. When we do not provide adult literacy services for immigrant parents, it does not just affect them, it does not just keep them out of the workforce, out of integration, it keeps their children out as well. If we want children to have success in New York City, if we want our immigrant children to thrive here, we need to support adult literacy programs as well. And so I would like to echo our asks here to restore and baseline $20.4 million in funding for DYCD RFP contracted adult literacy programs, to renew the $4 million in City Council discretionary adult literacy funding with added flexibility, and to renew and expand the $2.5 million City Council adult literacy pilot to $5 million under the new adult literacy program enhancement name. And I also just wanted to reflect that we were happy to hear about additional mental health services and such that were going to be included in the new RFP, but we want to make sure that those are not unfunded mandates. Very often, it is not enough money to actually provide those services, and in fact, you're just asking for more services for less money than even our baseline services cost. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Chairperson Stevens and members of the Committee on Youth Services for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ariel Sabransky, and I am a Senior Advocacy and Policy Advisor at UJA, Federation of New York. As my colleagues just stated, and this makes it really easy for me, we basically echo all of the asks concerning the adult literacy program. I think also what my colleague Liza just pointed out, many of the mandates that were included in the new concept paper that came out were unfunded mandates, and we are already struggling in terms of being able to provide the services that we're expected to provide as providers with the current funding structure of $950 to $1,000 per slot. That's something that we really want to make sure we can increase this year before the new RFP comes out. As we know, the new RFP is potentially going to be coming out this fall, and we really hope that DYCD will take into account the comments that our community has submitted and really make sure that our providers are reimbursed for the services. I also just want to echo the discussion that we had earlier with the commissioner. We're a little bit unclear as to where the adult literacy funding lies right now, because we were under the impression that there were massive cuts to adult literacy services, so we really want to make sure that we can get clarity just in terms of what funding we're actually getting. But we really appreciate your line of questioning and really pushing that. I also just want to take a minute to highlight some of UJA's other youth services related asks. So at base level, and this also came up earlier, the administration must expedite payment of any outstanding contract backlogs from FY21 and later for any DYCD contracted programs, including Summer Rising. In terms of comprehensive background checks, there have been extreme delays in terms of providers being able to get those background checks back in time to execute programming. Right now, they've reported having to wait between 2 and 12 months, which is really not sufficient for programs that are supposed to last for 2 months. And then lastly, just for Summer Rising, for students with disabilities, as Elizabeth earlier mentioned with Educational Alliance, we want to make sure that we can serve students with disabilities effectively. And also, to your point, Councilmember Stevens, we want CBOs to have control over participant registration, as our CBOs really know the communities that they're working with. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Good to go? All right. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Stevens, and thank you to the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jeff Lau. I'm the program director at the Chinese American Planning Council. At CBC, adult literacy means so much more than just learning English. In our classes, students learn English to help their children with education, navigate the healthcare system, find meaningful work, and become a U.S. citizen. Through classroom presentations, guest speakers educate students about their American rights, housing rights, financial literacy, health and healthcare, and how to start a small business. It is also in adult literacy programs where our communities learn about critical services that are available to them. Through wraparound services and follow-ups, students learn about child care, services, senior services, legal services, insurance, housing, college access, food assistance, workforce programs, and more. English literacy classes means equipping our community to be empowered. It means learning how to build community and thrive in New York City. It means uplifting voices so that we are heard and represented. So adult literacy classes is critical in continuing all of this effort. In New York City, 2.2 million adults lack English proficiency and/or a high school diploma. However, at current funding, we're only able to seat about 4% of the community members. Only 4% of community members are able to access these services. At CPC, we see about 1,600 people reaching out to our community centers looking for ESL and citizenship classes, but due to current funding limitations, we're only able to sit about 800, so it's about half. So to close this gap in services and provide for our communities with the opportunity to empower them to better navigate the city resources, we really need to fund adult literacy programs. So I want to echo my colleagues here and ask that the city restore and baseline $20.4 million in funding for DYCD RFP contracted adult literacy programs, renew $4 million city council discretionary adult literacy initiative with added flexibility, and renew the $2.5 million city council discretionary adult literacy pilot project expanded to $5 million under the new title of adult literacy program enhancement. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I just want to make sure that with all the feedback, did all the providers provide feedback for the concept paper, especially around the unfunded mandates and explaining what that is? And can you talk to me a little bit about what some of those unfunded mandates that were in the concept paper? Because I saw them, but I just wanted to make sure I have the same ones you have.
Sure, I can start and then others can certainly fill in. So, we had very mixed feelings about the concept paper. In many ways, it reflected what many of us have been calling for in terms of the supports, resources, and services that students need and deserve. It also reflected a recognition of the wide range of outcomes and impacts that the City Council funded pilot project supported and elevated. So we were pleased to see those elements there. Of course, the problem was, as you highlighted earlier, that they took what was a $950 per student rate, simply adjusted it for inflation to call for $1,300 per student, when our calculations based on the cost model budget that the Literacy Assistance Center developed back in 2017 with DYCD funding said it should be a minimum, as you noted earlier, $2,700 per student, or we also actually argued for using an instructional hour rate, and we can explain why we prefer that at a further date. So the mandates around mental health support, absolutely something that we want to include, but isn't funded. Mandates around other counseling and case management, funding supports that we want to have but aren't included, et cetera. So the problem here really comes down to the rate, not what they included, but the fact that they're not funding it. And it sounds like from the response that they really have no plans to go above that $1,300 per student rate, even though we were encouraged by the fact that they didn't move forward with the RFP because of the overwhelming response to the concept paper and the concerns that were raised. So others want to speak to some of the other unfunded mandates?
No, I think Ira really said it best here. I would definitely echo that the low rates, especially when you looked at the concept paper itself, it did add quite a few more services.
No, it added a lot. I was like, all right.
I'm sorry.
But they were great things. Like, I thought it was things that should have been there always,
Right.
but as you guys are saying, the per participant rate does not match that.
Yeah, and really just highlighting at where we are right now, we're already having a hard time as it is trying to have full-time staff, right? Hire case managers to basically do the workload that's already here. And for just a cost of living adjustment increase, right? And to add so much more and not really fund that, we would really have a hard time trying to figure out how to provide these services that we really do believe that our community needs too. So it would be in all of everybody's best interest to make sure that we are funding it so that we can all properly do this.
I would also just add that the concept paper called for a minimum of 6 hours of instruction a week, but the way it's funded made it really impossible for programs to provide more than 6 hours of instruction a week, and that's really a very minimal level. We want to be able to provide more hours of instruction, but of course that costs more. In addition, some of the ways they identified what they wanted programs to focus on in terms of curriculum and instruction, including things like critical literacy and focus on social justice issues, are really things that we have been encouraging, but again, require teachers to be able to have the time to prepare those kinds of lessons to get the professional development they need. So there was a lot in there that was encouraging, both around additional supports and services, but also around curriculum and instruction, but without the funding to provide the time for class or the support for teachers to really be able to do this at the level that students deserve.
And today, I know today for me, it was the first time hearing about the work that'll be done in the HERCs. Have you guys heard about that and that expansion and going into the HERCs as well? Because that was talked about today from the commissioner.
So what I could say to this as well, and it just goes to, I don't want to comment too much about it because I'm also still learning about this as well.
I learned about it today.
What I can tell you about this is we are seeing an uptick in asylum seekers also seeking our classes. So for us to also hear that there is going to be a decrease in funding, possibly a cut, during a time when we are also increasing, there's an increasing need of adult literacy classes throughout the city. And again, these are folks who are trying to find work. These are folks who are trying to support their children. It's really unconscionable, if I can use that word, that I don't necessarily, was it 10 million that they're possibly cutting from adult literacy program next year? This is unbelievable from our perspective as we're trying to meet this need.
Yeah, it is very important. You have to, yeah.
Thank you all so much for your work. It is so meaningful in our communities. Can you color for us a little bit of, I guess number one, I wanted to know, are your contracts paid up to date? And then secondly, could you talk to us a little bit about, you mentioned the cut as unconscionable and the need. Apparently there's a lot of need and they're meeting new needs with no new money. It's called magic. Can you tell us a little bit about, like, obviously you have these specific asks about restoration and baselining, but we know that that's the floor, not the ceiling. Right. Can you tell us what you think would be a sufficient amount of investment if our city were to really take this seriously, like the urgent matter that it is?
So I will definitely echo what was written in the report that called for 27,000 per student. We can, yes, if we really wanted to be serious, if we really wanted to point out the need, I could speak specifically for our program. Again, we see about 1,600 people coming into our centers every year, but we're only really, with the combined state and city funds, really only sit 800, half. All right, that puts quite a few folks on waiting lists as they're waiting to become a U.S. citizen, as they're trying to find work, as they're trying to improve their lives. So to just give you an idea of that need that was already here, and that was before, now that we're also seeing an increase in folks who are asylum seekers who also need our classes as well. I think that highlights the demand and the need and the number of that we are asking for, so we can at least start to approach addressing.
And are your contracts in this area paid up to date?
I want to say yes. I can get back to you on that.
I'm sure they're not, but
yeah, I want to get back to you on that. Yeah.
It's not. It's a trick question, not for you.
So we heard this morning that the city served 14,000 students in FY22, 11,000 plus in FY23. It may be a little higher at the end of the year because the fiscal year isn't over. And that's out of 2.2 million adults who could potentially benefit from these services. So we're talking about fewer than 1%. So really, even if we invested 10 times the current amount, right, moved funding from approximately $20 million in baseline funding to $200 million in baseline funding, we would still only be able to serve 10% of the need. So I think that gives you a sense of size and scope of what is really needed versus what we have. I also was really struck by the way the administration, DYCD, kept on coming back to they'll be able to serve the same number going forward, right? And this, I think, speaks to the catch-22 of the situation that providers are in, that they are offered funding, but it's such a low per student rate that unless they have other resources to subsidize that funding, they can't actually expand their services. So in some cases, programs have actually had to turn down increases in funding because they couldn't run the programs at a loss. So we end up with a more modest number of students than we actually could be serving if we had a higher per student funding rate. DYCD then sees money that's left on the table, pulls it back, right, and then says, see, we're able to maintain the same level of funding as we did last year and maintain the same level of service, but it's because you're funding many fewer programs and students than you could if you funded at that higher rate and actually expended all the money that was awarded to you.
Thank you. And anybody else want to comment on their contracts? Are they up to date?
We don't provide adult literacy
All
contracts.
right, you don't.
We only represent the people who do.
We also are not a direct service provider, but we are an umbrella organization, so we work directly with the direct service providers and have heard, multiple contracts, not just adult literacy, are very delayed, even from FY21. So
right.
Our contracts aren't even registered in some cases yet.
No. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, just in terms of the services at the HERC, our district was home to one of the larger one, a 1,000-bed facility, and there was no such service provision provided. In fact, what is being provided now is volunteer mutual aid neighbors that have come together to do that. And I will say there was no such service provision provided to emergency shelter for families around ESL classes, although there have been some contracts, additional contracts to some providers that are still too low to manage, and they're overwhelmed with the size and scope of people. So I'm curious around where this movement of money is going and why it's going to Moya and not maintaining where it needs to be. So I think more exploration in that area is warranted.
Yeah, and I'll just add here in terms of the shelter services that one of the reasons why NYCAL has pushed so hard for allowing for hybrid and remote classes is because a lot of the people going through the shelters may be moving multiple times. Maybe they can get to an in-person class one day, but next week they're someplace else and they can no longer get there, or it's an hour and a half away. So providing that level of flexibility for hybrid and remote learning is one of the ways that we're actually better able to serve folks that are coming through our shelter services and have the consistent same teacher, same program all the way through.
And I think, thank you so much. I mean, the hybrid situation, we as a city need to understand that we have had a life-altering situation that has taught us several things. Among them, remote is a good option for many people, and it expanded accessibility, and we saw more participation in remote services. In fact, some of us that have to come to hearings in person are really challenged by needing to be in multiple places at the same time. So I hope that we can continue to retain that lesson, that this is a viable and good, accessible way for people to be engaged. And I'm so glad that they made that alteration, and we should continue to embrace the changes, right, that we've seen, as opposed to romanticize a way of the past. So thank you.
So thank you to this panel, and the last comment I just want to make, I know there was mentioning around the background checks. This committee is very aware of this challenge. It was one of the biggest challenges that I had when I was running program. So we are looking forward to having a hearing on it and making sure that folks know about that so they can come testify, because this has been a huge issue in our industry that does not get enough attention and is really hindering the services. So just wanted to make sure you guys were aware.
Thank you, really appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Our next in-person panel will be David Miranda, Luis Fuentes, and Annie Minguez. You can begin when ready.
Thank you. My name is David Miranda, and I am the Senior Staff Attorney at Covenant House, New York. I would like to thank the New York City Council Committee of Youth Services for the opportunity to testify today. Covenant House, New York is the nation's largest agency serving homeless, runaway, and trafficked youth. For more information on Covenant House, New York, please refer to my written testimony. As we all know, New York is experiencing an influx of immigrant new arrivals in the city. Although there has been much focus on undocumented families and unaccompanied minors, little to no attention has been paid to the plight of young adult migrants between the ages of 18 to 24. RHY providers have stepped in to meet the immediate needs of this population. We now must turn our attention to their long-term needs, of which one of the greatest needs is immigration legal services. I am Covenant House, New York's one legal services attorney and have transitioned to an almost full-time immigration work, causing other legal service cases that we previously would have handled in-house to require outside referrals or significantly longer periods of time before resolution. Additional resources are urgently needed to meet the legal resource needs of both immigrant and U.S. citizen youth. Due to their undocumented status, migrant youth are especially high risk for human trafficking. Prior to the current landscape, we had already noticed an increase in the number of attempts to lure young people experiencing homelessness into situations involving commercial sexual exploitation. The service needs for these young survivors are extensive, and funding is needed to continue our programs that serve both immigrant and domestic survivors. Although most homeless youth under the age of 21 seeking shelter will be able to find a bed in an RHY program, the same cannot be said for young people between the ages of 21 to 24. This leaves most of the homeless youth in this age range forced to choose between going to an adult homeless shelter or sleeping on the street. 21 to 24-year-olds fare best in age-specific shelters. These youth need the educational and vocational training, medical and mental health care, life skills workshops, and intensive case management that RHY programs provide. We ask that the city provide enough beds for this older population so that no young person will ever be turned away from youth-specific shelter. If I can just make just a couple more points.
10 seconds, please.
The other issue that I wanted to request is that we are severely understaffed because the pay of the staff is not adequate. I think that issue has already been addressed, but I want to echo those sentiments as well, is that we do have a problem with retention, which really does affect the youth because the youth do form bonds with the adult providers, and the high turnover affects that. So with that, I would just ask that the city allocate appropriate funds in any contracts. And I do thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, just a minute. I'd also like to call up Nicholas Lombardo. You can begin.
So thank you so much for the opportunity to talk. I just want to commend y'all for listening to some of DYCD's responses, as laughable as it might have been. They have a lot of talking going on, but I see very few action. I don't think they specifically answered the question on what the cuts impact would mean for programming. My name is Luis Fuentes. I'm the Senior Program Director for the Monterey Cornerstone. And the reason why I started off this way is because I'm confused on how my program is going to be impacted by these cuts. They talk about how programming won't be impacted, but they don't have a facilities manager that deals with the various NYCHA tickets and the various repairs that are needed. At this current moment, I'm relocated at a DOE school. For the summer, I was relocated at CS 300 on 179 in Prospect, and I got to see Summer Rising firsthand. My numbers actually went up because the recruitment for Summer Rising was so dismal that parents needed to utilize my space, utilize my program in order to get summer camp services. When we talk about how things unfolded during the when we talk about how things unfolded in regards to Cornerstone, they talk about the cuts, but they don't talk about how the repairs need to be made in regards to the building. Right now I have floods, I have asbestos that's being addressed, and they don't even have a facilities manager to deal with all of this stuff. So when they talk about programming won't be impacted, I'm confused on how that's the case when the services that they provide are impacted in regards to the funding that they have with the staffing that they have presently. So I'm very confused on where we go from here in regards to how funding is not going to impact us, because $29 million is a lot in regards to services on the ground. When you talk about Saturday Night Lights is given $45,000, and that $45,000 is supposed to provide supplies, staffing, and everything else. How is that not being impacted by the cuts that they're discussing? They didn't really answer the question when you asked, how is this impacting programming? So in regards, I'm just confused on where we go from here.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Annie Minguez. I'm the Vice President of Government Community Relations at Good Shepherd Services. We are a RHY, Summer Rising, SNL, SYEP, After School, Cure Violence, Cornerstone, and Beacon provider. We support all the priorities set forth by the Campaign for Children, Campaign for Summer Jobs, and the Coalition for Youth Homelessness. On Summer Rising, Good Shepherd Services supports over 2,000 elementary and middle school students throughout Summer Rising, and over 400 across our 2 Cornerstone programs, of which Lewis is one of the directors. Chair, you tackled many of our concerns in your line of questioning relating to the timing of school designations, the importance of DOE and DYCD coordination, the role of early conversations between principal and providers, and how that plays, the role that plays in ensuring that the success of programs. On RHY, the response DYCD offered you about RHY youth not having to enter DHS only really applies to those participating in the pilot, in the voucher pilot program, which is only 50 vouchers. This does not apply to youth attempting to access the vouchers after the pilot ends. We, along with the Coalition for Homeless Youth, will continue to work with the council to ensure that the laws that we passed in 2021 that allowed youth in care and youth experiencing homelessness to count their time in care and bypass the DHS shelter altogether. On Cure Violence, I just want to kind of like name that this will be the 3rd time that Cure Violence is moved from DOHMH to MOCJ to now DYCD. Good Shepherd has 3 Cure Violence sites, and Chair, as you noted, the transition happened officially earlier this year. Since then, we've met twice with DYCD, and providers are meeting with DYCD in April, and we look forward to those conversations. I also just wanted to echo the Human Services Council asks, and just for the record, share that social workers in DOE start at $64,000, and after 5 years, that increases to $90,000, and we as nonprofits cannot compete with these salaries and benefits because our contracts will now allow us to pay annual COLAs or bonuses. Chair Stevens, your bill to create a wage floor, if fully funded to include wage compression, is an important step the city can take to address the salary inequities that exist among human services workers. Thank you for the time to testify.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the City Council, for the opportunity to speak today. And thank you so much for your leadership on the issues that our programs all face. My name is Nicholas Lombardo, and I am a Learn and Earn case manager and educator with one of the sites at the Chinese American Planning Council. A little bit of background just in case. Learn and Earn is a career exploration and college readiness program held after school for high school juniors and seniors whose families are low income. We work with over 100 students year-round, providing workshops, volunteer activities after school, as well as internship opportunities in the summer through the summer internship program. We focus primarily, though, on meeting our students' needs in a holistic sense. So I'm not just an educator or a case manager, I'm also a tutor, an advisor, a mentor, and sometimes just an ear to listen to any problems going on that day. We strive to foster a reliable community space where youth can learn and grow while supported by adults who see them for all of who they are and what they might need. We want to ensure that all the youth in our program and other programs in our communities can flourish. We see, however, an increase in the need for mental health counseling as students are facing more anxiety and depression, and there are limits to what our program is able to provide. As I speak to colleagues in other programs, I see this reflected in theirs as well. When we are speaking with students about their needs in mental health, we are only able to make referrals to other professionals who our students do not know, they do not trust, and they cannot necessarily afford their services either. And this is because the staff at my site, at least, and in many other programs, are not trained in social work or in psychological counseling. On top of that, with only myself and one fellow case manager in the first place on hand to plan most of our daily programming, we do not have the capacity to meet with each of our many students about all of their goals, even on a monthly basis, let alone following up on their specific needs, which can take many, many hours more. I'm here today to ask that we please do not have any cuts to the budgets that we have. If anything, we need more money to make sure that we can fund the services that we need to provide to students. Even one more staff on my team to help provide these services for students would make a huge, huge difference. So thank you for your time.
I just want to say thank you to this panel for testifying today, and just a couple of follow-up. Covered in House, please know that I'm fighting really hard to ensure that we're increasing the beds for older adult youth, and I know the challenges that are faced in the community centers. I was there for almost 10 years, and the work that we do in those places sometimes gets overlooked and not seen as important, but I know the struggles of having NYCHA facilities that are leaky roofs, asbestos, chipped paint, and all the things, and we have to take care of that and still provide quality programming. So I see you, I hear you, and I'm in the fight for you, because you said, what do we do next? We're gonna continue to fight and keep pushing and providing quality programs, so thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this panel. Our next in-person panel will be Lisa Alpert, Donovan Swanson, Ramik Williams, and Jordan Otis. You may begin when ready.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Stevens, Councilmember Brewer. My name is Lisa Alpert. I'm with the Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn. And no, I did not wander into the wrong hearing. I am here to talk about youth services, in particular, the fantastic workforce development program that we have at Greenwood and have been running for 6 years now. And I wanted purely to bring this program to your attention and to recognize non-traditional sites that offer training for young people. You may know Greenwood. We are a National Historic Landmark. We are in South Brooklyn. We are 478 acres. Been in New York since 1838. And we're absolutely still an operating cemetery, but what we like to say is that we're reimagining and expanding what a cemetery can be. And to that end, we host a whole ton of public programs, education, arts, cultural programs, blah, blah, blah. But here's the important part for today's hearing. We host, we think, one of the best workforce development programs in New York City. Here's what we do. We train young New Yorkers from low-income communities in masonry restoration. This is the core skill of historic preservation and working on historic buildings for which there is a great need in New York City. It's a chance to build a career with a solid wage and a strong future growth. And this training leads young people to union apprenticeships and jobs, or jobs with reputable private sector companies. Typically, our trainees are 50% from Brooklyn, about 25% from Queens, and about 25% from the Bronx. Over the next 10 weeks, these young people will be working to restore one of Greenwood's 19th century mausoleums, which is a little mini training site for other historic buildings, and training for a bright new future. Our graduation is on the morning of Wednesday, May 24th. So that's it. I wanted to put it in front of you, make you aware of this program happening, and truly we'd love to introduce you to come out and meet our trainees and to see them in action. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, Chair Stevens, and thank you for holding this hearing today. As a former community school director, summer rising director, I echo a lot of what you've called DYCD to today. And so essentially for our office, we really want to speak more about after school as well as SYEP and summarizing. Specifically for after school, we recommend that City funds a universal after school program for all elementary schools by increasing the number of Compass contracts awarded citywide. Our office also urges that there be parity in the awards contracts for Cornerstone and Beacon sites for a lot of the issues that you also echoed, because we know that they experience, they have unique needs and require a lot of attention. It's been our experience that any parent that we've engaged with across Brooklyn after school is desperately needed, and we think K through 5 is where we can make the most impact. Summer youth employment. We applaud the mayor for and this council for their record-breaking efforts in expanding and enhancing SYEP programming, especially with its 60th year anniversary. With all of these great accomplishments, we still need more intentional and direct recruitment to reach some of the most disenfranchised young people. We implore DYCD and ask this council to continue to support the movement away from lottery to more direct targeted seats, similar to the Career Ready seats, and also the new expansion of the SYEP Pride Initiative, which identifies safe and affirming work sites for LGBTQ youth. Another area that requires more attention is the outreach to students with disabilities in District 75 students. Youth may be included in the general pool, however, we know that some providers do not have the capacity to service these students properly, and therefore their experience is impacted. And so we would appreciate more targeted outreach, but also reconsidering the current contracts in existence and ensuring that those contracted providers are building capacity as well as we are moving forward in this journey. There's a lot in my testimony that I will share with the council, but just lastly with summarizing, we know that there's a high need and not enough seats, so we encourage the expansion of that, and we're shocked to not see a request for an increase in funding in that area. We've observed a lot of issues, completely echo that enrollment should be given to DYCD providers. I experienced firsthand what that looks like, and I had a collaborative experience with my principal, so that just speaks to the issues. But lastly, something that wasn't discussed is the inequity in experience when there's multiple providers in a school building, and how do we kind of level out that experience? Because one provider will have trips and camp shirts and things like that, and then students are seeing that from the other site and not getting any of that. So thank you for allowing us to testify, and we are partners in this work, and we, you know, again, support anything that you chair as well as this committee put forth, and calling on DYCD to rise to the occasion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramik Williams, co-executive director of CAVI, Kings Against Violence Initiative. We practice trauma-informed care for people, young people who have been impacted by trauma and violence. And I echo my colleagues' statements for more funding and more open procurement opportunities. It's been over 4 years since DYCD has released a new RFP across the board of their portfolios. Equally, I hope that the City Council will join us in advocating for the Youth Justice and Opportunity Act. On the Commissioner's earlier testimony around summer youth employment, I hope that we will call for extended and amplified and streamlined enrollment process that will allow young people to actually apply for the program. Allowing just 60 days of enrollment does not allow for individuals, young people, to gather the documents necessary to apply for some youth employment program. Equally, we hope that they will rely on their existing relationships with CUNY and DOE to pull those documents, those existing documents from students' records, so that they will automatically be enrolled in summer youth employment programs. Lastly, to rely on community-based organizations for heightened communication and also to be work sites. The lack of communication between DYCD and alternative work sites, like my colleague said, and as a hospital-based program, we're missing out on employment opportunities for young people. In terms of the Summer Rising, we hope that they would include a family credential. The lack of family participation is something that researchers and practitioners know is all too glaring in addressing young people, and also to address the recent federal report that it identifies a slight uptick in young pregnancy. Also to add a young an entrepreneurial credential curriculum to the Summer Rising program with financial rewards, because even elementary and middle school students should be incentivized to produce more and think in entrepreneurial spirit. On Saturday Night Lights, to increase the target age to 24 and to extend the operational hours to 1 p.m., which would be aligned with NYPD data on when youth crimes actually happen. Lastly, we hope that DYCD would be more vocal in advocating and more resourceful in advocating for housing for young adults.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Services Committee. My name is Jordan Otis. I'm the Deputy Director at Midtown Community Court, which is a project of the Center for Justice Innovation, formerly the Center for Court Innovation. For the past 25 years, the center has partnered with City Council through evidence-based programming and racially just direct service programming, and we're very appreciative of the support and collaboration you have all provided.
Can you just speak a little closer to the mic?
Better? So in addition to some of the other asks that we have across the center as it relates to innovative core funding, misdemeanor ATI proposals, I want to focus a bit more about a new funding ask that we have to support a first-of-its-kind youth weapons diversion initiative that we're operating out of the Midtown Community Court. So across the center, our goal is to provide meaningful and proportionate responses and prioritize public safety through programs focusing on dignity and respect. And the center has a very unique experience addressing gun violence, as it has also served as the original Cure Violence site in New York City. And so Midtown Community Court is asking for funds to expand and enhance the weapons diversion program, which is one of the very first and one of very few holistic diversion options for young people ages 14 through 17. We've actually expanded this programming from originally just serving folks, young people arrested on weapons possession in Manhattan, to serving folks citywide. And a lot of our cases at this point are also coming from Brooklyn and the Bronx, in addition to Manhattan as well. If the young people do successfully complete programming with Midtown, it can actually lead to the non-filing of the case if it is before it has proceeded further in family court. If it has already been filed, it can actually lead to a dismissal, thereby avoiding the full kind of extent of that criminal process. We've operated this program in partnership with the New York City Law Department, Legal Aid Society, and other defense agencies, as well as the Department of Probation. And we've had a very successful start to this program, being able to enroll nearly every eligible participant that we've had and have a successful graduation rate of over 90%. I just want to wrap up by saying that we're able to really curb the behavior that leads to weapons possession and gun violence by also connecting youth to educational supports, job development opportunities, mental health and wellness services, youth development services, and social skills development too. We appreciate the support and continued collaborative efforts, and I thank you for the time this afternoon.
Thank you to this panel. I don't have any questions, but I definitely want to hear more about the weapons diversion offline, and I am very well aware of the inequities between the multiple providers in the building. We talked a lot about that at our summarizing and SYEP hearing, but definitely we should talk more about how do we fix it moving forward and work with DYCD. So thank you.
Our next in-person panel will be Jamie Pavlovich, Deborah Sue Lorenzen, Dante Bravo, and Tanya Walker.
Yeah, you can start whenever you're ready.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Pavlovich. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the executive director of the Coalition for Homeless Youth. We're a statewide-based advocacy agency that represents 65 providers. 29 of them are here in New York City and represent the vast majority of the DYCD-funded runaway and homeless youth providers. I'll be submitting longer testimony that goes into more detail. and definitely will be addressing some of the remarks that DYCD made earlier during your questioning of them regarding runaway and homeless youth services. Similar to testimony that's already been given by Citizens Committee for Children and Good Shepherd Services, we would like to outline some key investments in runaway and homeless youth services in this year's budget. First, and I know I've testified about this in length previously, we need to ensure that young people in DYCD get access to CityFEPS vouchers after the current pilot vouchers are exhausted. What goes hand in hand with that is maintaining the current funded housing navigators and the DYCD funded drop-in centers. Since fiscal year 21, when the housing navigator positions were initially funded and youth were finally given access to limited rental assistant vouchers through the emergency housing vouchers and the CityFEPS program, we have seen a 350% increase in positive and successful outcomes of young people experiencing homelessness. So a 350% increase in young people actually exiting homelessness into their own apartments, which shows that when we give young people access to vouchers and we fund staff to support them in securing apartments, it works, and we should keep doing it. Similarly, we want to maintain the funding for the 16 peer navigation positions in the DYCD funded drop-in center. The peer navigation pilot program was actually something that was run by the coalition and then was funded in fiscal year 24 to create baselined positions. These must be maintained, not only because it supports young people that are accessing services at the programs to get peer-on-peer interaction, but it's also creating sustainable full-time positions for young people with the lived experience of homelessness. And if I can just add one more quick thing, 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Also similar to what others have testified, we want to echo the COLA increase of the Just Pay campaign of 6.5%, as well as increase mental health transitional independent living programs for young people, and then also something that I know, Chair, you are very passionate about, increasing the bed availability for our young adults ages 21 to 24. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Tanya Walker, and I'm one of the Assistant Division Directors of Youth and Family Services at Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation, where we oversee Compass, Sonic, and Beacon programming. I'm here today to express to you the need for increased funding for after-school, evening, and weekend program. Our 13 sites are fully enrolled, and the interest in program is seen in the community and in the schools that we serve. Our challenge is staffing. Currently, across our programs, we've met enrollment numbers or even had to over-enroll at many of our sites. Unfortunately, unable to have students begin because we had to waitlist them due to the current staff shortages. Our staff go through a stringent onboarding process, which includes the completion of an extensive documentation packet from OCFS, multiple fingerprints from DOE and DOH, a medical statement that includes lab testing requirements, and several other steps before starting their first day of work. This process is more intense than a teacher starting in the DOE or a person to choose office job or retail. Many times this deters our candidates from starting with us, completing the hiring process, or often dropping out in the middle of the process. I want to emphasize that this is not underutilization. It is not the lack of interest or the need for these services. It's the systems at our external agencies we are required to use for clearing our staff. We are obligated to ensure all students are safe and meet a staff to student ratio. Without staff, it's unethical and unsafe to start students. The pandemic has hit us hard, and we continue to make strides daily to regain and rethink the future of youth development, because it is not the same. Our staff feel it, our students feel it, but also does our hospice agencies. On one hand, I'm working diligently to keep programs up to code and ensure completion of documentation. In return, I'm hit with no CBC response in over 6 months, and an email asking me not to resubmit anything until the 6 months process is over. The solution is to remove the backlog and expedite the DOH-MH clearance process. The cost per participant has not changed, and this is unacceptable. With cost of inflation and the average cost of material, we need the funding. Furthermore, the staff who do weather the obstacles are severely underpaid, and we ask that DYCD considers a COLA. I ask, how do we continue this work? How do we continue to impact our students and the generations to come? I do that by being here today and asking you to fulfill all of those needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the New York City Council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dante Bravo, and I'm the Youth Policy Analyst at United Neighborhood Houses. I use they/them pronouns exclusively. UNH is a policy and social change organization that represents 45 neighborhood settlement houses, including the amazing Cypress Hills Local Corporation and St. Nick's Alliance. The mayor's FY24 preliminary budget proposes a $29.3 million program cut for the Department of Youth and Community Development. However, the mayor's management report issued in January 2023 notes an increase in program utilization across many of these areas in FY23. Therefore, calling any of these proposed cuts, however they are framed, into question. The PEG must be restored in the FY24 budget. And at the very least, DYCD must provide clarity onto which programs are being included in the PEG and why. In terms of programming, UNH calls on the city to do the following for all DYCD contracted programs. Fund the current capacity of Sonic, Compass, Beacon, and Cornerstones, especially if they are included in DYCD's PEG. Reprocure the Compass Sonic program that reflects an actual cost of providing high-quality after-school programming, including the establishment of a year-round 12-month service contract. We heard them on record say that they were going to release a concept paper before the end of 2022. We have yet to receive any such documentation. It is crucial that Beacons and Cornerstones have the same supports as other school-focused DYCD programs. Therefore, in the FY24 budget, the city must support Beacon providers with school administrators that restrict the ability of community members to enter DOE buildings, especially during Beacon's evening and weekend hours, increase Cornerstone budgets to cover the costs associated with operating programs in NYCHA-owned spaces, and ensure equal pay for Cornerstone staff doing similar work to Beacon and Sonic Compass staff. Provide greater transparency on how these rates are calculated, and ultimately, we call for a new $3 million council initiative to create a new mental health initiative with a specific focus on community-centered programs like Beacon and Cornerstones. This new initiative would help with CBOs being able to compensate social workers who, more often than not, end up going to the DOE because CBOs cannot compete with the exorbitant rates that they are being paid on city agency sides. For more questions, thank you so much for your time. For any follow-up questions, I can be contacted at dbravo@unh.org.
I know how to find you.
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Sue Lorenz, and I'm the Director of Youth and Education at St. Nick's Alliance, and we serve about 6,000 children and youth across North Brooklyn, including through a wide range of DYCD programs, after-school Beacons, Cornerstones, Saturday Night Lights, and one of New York City's largest summer youth employment programs. I promise that many of the things I'm saying today, you've heard already, but I do want to underscore how critical the issues are with our with youth services workforce right now. At St. Nick's Alliance, for example, if we are fully staffed, we have about 300 staff, excluding our seasonal 70 SYP staff, of which right now we've hired 10, with the summer coming close behind. So fully staffed, we have about 300. We're at 240 right now. That's roughly 20% of our workforce. So that's 20% fewer people helping kids with homework, responding to a child in crisis, sparking a child's artistic skills, reading to a child, helping a young person on their career planning. So do we serve fewer children and families who desperately need child's care, or do we operate out of DOH compliance and risk a heavy fine or closure? After months of coaching, do we hold on to a staff person who isn't well suited for their role in after school, or do we risk being another staff short? Do we meet a new staff's salary demands, which fall outside of current salary bands, or do we raise all wages to prevent pay compression, even if contracts indicate the payroll isn't sustainable long-term? I don't know anyone in a supervisory role in the field who isn't laboring over these and other decisions. And more worrisome than this, perhaps, is even the long-term implications of staff shortages. Our field's talent pipeline is weakening, and I'm worried about who the up-and-coming leaders are, the training they're getting, the support they're getting, and who's going to be running programs a few years from now. I intend to retire at some point. Maybe you do too. We need City Council's partnership in rebuilding the youth services workforce. We need to reverse the $29.3 million PEG. We need to support prevailing wage schedule. We need to increase the cost per participant rate, to set a wage floor at $21 and address pay compression. To me, it is shameful that our contracts do not support living wages.
10
We need to
seconds.
include a 6.5% COLA, and we need to clear the backlog and expedite the DOE and DOH compliance background checks. I mean, I am afraid to count the number of wonderful candidates who have jumped ship after waiting months for fingerprint appointments and clearances. So I thank you for all the attention I know that you're going to give to these serious issues.
One, I want to say all the things you have in your checklist are on my checklist. So we are very much aligned in those things. And two, just a quick follow-up question to UNH. I know you mentioned a mental health initiative, but can you also talk about some of UNH summarizing acts?
We absolutely can. So the big thing is that in order for Summer Rising to be successful for all parties, but especially for children and families who deserve summer opportunities that fulfill their needs, we're calling on City Council to help us with making sure that CBOs have far more control over participant registration, especially to help families who need additional digital and language support to apply for programming. There was a DYCD webinar today talking about these enrollment changes, and there is still very little CBO control over registration, which is incredibly frustrating, especially when you pointed out the fact that we've been having these exact same conversations now for the past 2 years. The city should allow youth and families, whether or not they want to attend the morning DOE portion, the afternoon CBO camp portion, or both, and allow CBOs the chance to record how many of these young people choose with their feet, what service is most appropriate for them. And finally, in addition, Summer Rising 2023 can only be set up for success if there's increased and coordinated support for young people with disabilities to make sure that CBOs have the resources they need to properly serve young people. This includes paraprofessional support, assistive technologies, and many other things that the DOE actually does have access to, but often than not, does not partner effectively with our CBOs to make sure that these young people are taken care of.
Thank you for that. I think all of those things are really important, and I definitely want to make sure that we are working with DYC to get those things done and expedited. So thank you to this panel.
Our next in-person panel will be Teray Howard, Corinne Civil, Tanae Howard, I'm sorry. I'd also like to call up Scott Daly and Michael Rivadeneira. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
You can start whenever you're ready.
There we go. That's newbie status. It's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanae Howard. I'm Executive Director at Sadie Nash Leadership Project. I've been in this role for 3 years, almost to the date. And I'd first like to thank the City Council for continuing to make investments and champion girls and gender-expansive young people in its budget. Our mission at Sadie Nash is to strengthen, empower, and equip young women and gender-expansive youth of color as agents of change in their lives and in the world. We're really proud to be celebrating our 20th anniversary this year of delivering these sorts of programs, services, leadership opportunities to young women and gender-expansive youth. We've grown from a single summer program that worked with just 16 girls in Brooklyn to a proven effective youth development leadership organization actively engaging over 500 young women and gender-expansive youth annually in a range of cutting-edge leadership programs. Today, I'm here to speak in support of the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, also known as STAR CGI. Members of our initiative are here to ask for your continued support in ensuring that STAR CGI funding is restored in the Council's FY24 budget. In fiscal year 2024, STAR CGI's collaborative is seeking a full restoration of our funds and to be able to continue to serve young women and gender-expansive youth in all 51 council districts. Our organizations are a lifeline for young people. It's through our organizations that young people are gaining opportunities to really sustain in this unprecedented time. In December 2021, the U.S. Surgeon General issued an advisory on protecting youth mental health in recognition of this growing crisis. Especially Black and Latino, LGBTQ+, young women and gender-expansive youth, it is proven that they're at greater risk of some of these mental health challenges. Organizations like ours, in the STAR CGI collaborative, are really creating new opportunities for healing and self-care for these young people. And we really want to be able to continue these programs, not only next year, but into the future. Thank you for allowing us to share a little bit about what we do. Thank you.
Okay. Hello there. My name is Corinne Civil. I also work with Sadie Nash Leadership Project and represent STAR CGI through Sadie Nash. Sadie Nash, it's a joy of my life working here as a program manager. It's a unique learning environment because we intentionally create safe, emotionally, physically, and intellectually safe educational spaces. Nashers, which is how we refer to our youth participants, share with us that they need programming that is accessible to them. Some of them are first generation in this country, some of them have disabilities, and some of them are facing hardships at home that we will never truly know about. It is important for us to meet them where they are. It is also important for us to offer them resources and opportunities that meaningfully invest in their well-being and the well-being of the communities that they are a part of and that are raising them. In general, extracurricular activities and enrichment programs are linked to higher GPAs, greater self-esteem, more psychological resilience, more civic engagement, higher future wages, and occupational attainment. This year, through City Council funding, we have already worked with over 500 young women and gender-expansive youth through our leadership, social justice, activism, and college and career readiness programs. Just to share some quotes from our youth, because they can say it better than I can ever say it. From my experience through Sadie Nash, I want people to know that it is more than leadership. It is about finding out who you are and what you represent, to show up and show out for your community and those you love and care for. It is about your connections in the space and community that last longer than the program. It is radical sisterhood. And thank you so much for your time. I yield to our council members and appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michael Rivadeneira. I am Vice President for Government Relations at the YMCA of Greater New York. Thank you, Chair, and to the committee for this opportunity to testify. I will be submitting my testimony. However, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. The YMCA is a proud member of both Campaigns for Children and the New York Coalition for Adult Literacy. So I just wanted to share that we support their asks in terms of the full restoration to the PEGs and to the full restoration to the adult literacy contracts. What I do want to highlight, sitting here hearing the chair speak about Summer Rising and some of the concerns there, as well as the contract to NYCAL. So summarize, one of the things that needs to actually happen as well, to what my colleagues have said, is a better coordination around IEP students. The unfortunate thing is that DOE will provide a para, but the para does not always follow the student to the enrichment part of the program. Unfortunately, part of that is due to staffing shortages. We are unable to compete with the wages that DOE is able to afford, and we are already still trying to meet our ratio requirements, which brings to the point about background checks. And thank you, Chair, for saying that you were going to have a future hearing on that. Background checks are a reason why we're unable to always meet our ratios, due to the fact that it takes months for clearance to be received. In regards to Beacon, in terms of summarizing, we are still unaware whether or not DYCD is going to provide the same rates as they did last year for the Beacon slots. So we are still planning as if we're going to move forward with lower rates rather than the higher rates that are offered for elementary and middle school Compasonic. And then lastly, with the adult literacy contract, I do want to flag that DYCD testified today that they're hoping to have an RFP come out this fall. If a contract comes out this fall, hopefully awards will be made by spring, meaning that those contracts will go into effect FY24. So we do need those rates to go up within this fiscal year. We cannot stand for another contract with just rates going up based on inflation to $1,300 per student is inefficient. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and all on the committee. My name is Scott Daly, and I'm the Senior Director of the New York Junior Tennis and Learning's free community tennis programs throughout the city of New York. We are funded by the City Council under a separate initiative of physical education and fitness. For many years, it has been our belief that kids have talent, but most of them don't have access or opportunity to certain events in sports. That's what we're able to do through tennis. Without the support of the City Council, so many kids throughout the city of New York would never have a chance to put a tennis racket into their own hands. Every year, we service over 85,000 children in schools, in parks, in community centers. We bring programs on an average of 6 to 8 weeks throughout the city. In the parks, whether we be in the Bronx, at Crotona, or in Brooklyn, or McDonald, or at Linden, we're all over. I submitted the testimony. Take a look at the pie chart. 75% of our demographics are from Black, Latino, and Asian. 2/3 of the children who take part in this are 10 years old and younger. We provide them a safe haven. We are asking this year for $1 million, an increase of over $200,000. We've been at the same funding rate for the last 15 years. I'm sure I don't have to tell anybody here what's happened to cost in 15 years. Whereas minimum wage back then was $7.25, we're paying people to start with us at $18. It's getting harder and harder. Expenses are doubled and tripled. One final note is that during the summer of 2020, when the first year of COVID, we were able to get out into the parks to bring activity, physical education, in order to give these children a chance to get out of the house, teach them social skills in many different locations. We firmly believe, as our founder, Arthur Ashe, that tennis can transform the lives of poor children as it did his own. We want to thank you now at this time for your strong funding support, and on behalf of all the youngsters and parents of NYJTL, I thank you and the council commitment to the youth of the city of New York. Thank you very much.
I have no questions for this panel at this time. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Our next in-person panel will be Katie Aylwin, Keith Hicks, Shilpi Chatterjee, and Sebastian Vanti.
I need you guys to give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Before the next panel, we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess. You can begin when ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Sebastian Vante. I use he, him pronouns, and I am the Senior Director of Street Work Project, a program of Safe Horizon, the nation's largest nonprofit victim services organization. Safe Horizon helps 250,000 New Yorkers each year who have experienced violence and abuse. Street Work Project provides shelter, showers, hot meals, and so much more to homeless and street-involved young people ages 13 to 25 and helps them find safety and stability. We are grateful for your years of collective support and for championing our nonprofit human services sector. I've submitted my full testimony and want to emphasize a few points. First, Safe Horizon is a proud member of Just Pay, a racial equity and gender justice campaign committed to ending the government exploitation of human services workers. Our dedicated staff desperately need a 6.5% COLA this year. Second, City Council initiative funding contracted through DYCD supports our Street Work Project and our Immigration Law Project. We are requesting a restoration of our supports for persons involved in the sex trade funding and an enhancement of $100,000 to our initiative for immigrant survivors of domestic violence funding. Lastly, Safe Horizon is a proud member of the Coalition for Homeless Youth. We join them in urging the city to categorically make RHY eligible for City FEPS vouchers, right-size our DYCD contracts, fund 16 housing specialists and 16 peer navigators, fund 2 mental health-focused transitional independent living program pilots, and create 40 additional DYCD RHY beds for youth ages 21 to 24. Our city must invest in our young people and provide every opportunity for runaway and homeless youth to thrive. RHY deserves funding that prioritizes their ability to access quality, safe, affordable housing and mental health services. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Chair, Councilmember Stevens, and each member of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Shilpi Chatterjee. I use she and her pronouns. I work as a Senior Prevention Coordinator for the New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault. For over 20 years, the Alliance has worked to prevent sexual violence and reduce the harm it causes through education, research, and advocacy. I'm here today to talk with you about the importance of sexual violence prevention for New York City youth and to ask for $125,000 for our Project Empowerment program through the Young Women's Initiative. Sexual violence prevention programming that focuses on teenage girls is essential. According to the CDC, in 2021 alone, 18% of high school girls experience sexual violence. These rates have been rising and at scale that far outpaces sexual violence experienced by boys. The Alliance's Project DOT addresses sexual violence in a way that leverages community strength and prioritizes young girls' leadership development with a focus on social norm change, healthy relationships, practicing consent, and safe bystander engagement techniques. We work to broaden the reach of DOT to a diversity of young women of color and LGBTQIA youth. As a DOT facilitator myself, I'm grateful to be in the space with young folks who are challenging and deconstructing regressive social norms and creating a society that is rooted in mutual respect, safety, and dignity. To prevent sexual violence across New York City, it is essential that we train and empower the youth. Our Project DOT is a proven program that changes young women's lives and initiates ripples of impact throughout their communities. We are asking for the Council's continued funding through the Young Women's Initiative of $125,000 to support this transformational work. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Katie Allen. I'm the Director of Education and Youth Development at WEDCO from the Bronx. I echo so many of the sentiments that all of my colleagues that have spoken before me have brought to the chair, and also appreciate that you have said that so many of those things are your priorities. But just to be on record as saying that we can pump as much money into youth development as possible, but if we're not paying our staff and getting the highest quality people in front of our kids, it's not going to work. And so thinking through how we can find these staff. I mean, here at Wedco, just a story from the field, like at Wedco this year, for every 2 folks that we've hired, we've lost 1 person. So we are just in a constant churn of overturn of staff. And as so many folks prior to me have mentioned, the hiring process of folks to work in front of our young people and be background cleared is so laborious. And so getting folks to go through that entire process and then stick around for their clearance and then actually be trained by us and be the wonderful youth development professionals that we hope that they'll be has really been a huge struggle for us this year. And it's just getting harder. You know, we can't, as a field, compete with a lot of retail jobs or food service jobs that are offering folks more hours and also much more money, and some of them benefits. And so, you know, for some of us that are only able to offer our staff 15 or 16 hours a week, like how are we getting the best quality people? So, you know, very thrilled to hear your support about that. Never a doubt in my mind. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And the workforce issue is a real one, and that's one of the ones I've been talking about since I started chairing this committee, and we really need to be thinking about how we're building a pipeline. I believe from St. Nicholas' line, she talked about, yeah, she's looking to retire, right? But when we're retiring, it's so hard to make sure that we have quality folks taking our positions because we're not able to build a pipeline the way we should. But that is something the council takes very serious, and we've been working really hard at about thinking about what it really looks like to have pipelines and workforce development. And like I said before, and even in my opening statement, we have to reimagine what the workforce looks like, and that includes workforce development. And the human sector service is at the top of my list of how do we make sure that we secure that field. So thank you to this panel.
Our last in-person panel will be Alan Yu, Nicole Musenden, Sharon Cohen, and Glennis Aquino Jin. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the committee. I'm Alan Yu, the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Children, NYFC, a nonprofit that works to improve the well-being of people in the child welfare system with a focus on youth aging out of foster care. We provide educational, mental health, and financial support to over 1,000 youth annually, while also developing innovative initiatives to fill gaps in the system. We do this through our longstanding partnership with ACS, foster care agencies, and many community organizations. Thank you to the City Council for the $50,000 award this current fiscal year, which is enabling us to serve youth in our Fostering Empowerment Program and Back to School program. For the upcoming fiscal year, NYFC is respectfully requesting that the City Council renew our award and make deeper investments in our program's population. Additional resources are crucial for NYFC to support our clients in more comprehensive ways and lead to increased educational attainment, mental wellness, and career development for youth aging out. Over 7,000 students in the city spend time in foster care each year, and they are disproportionately Black and from low-income communities. Though they represent a relatively small portion of the public school population, youth in the foster system have some of the most complex educational needs and bleakest academic outcomes of any student group. One in five students in the city who spend any time in foster care drop out of high school. By state test standards, 80% of foster care students were not proficient in reading and math, and that was before the pandemic, and half are chronically absent from school. Because many of the young people we serve have experienced multiple overlapping traumas on the individual and systemic levels, we provide free mental health support from credentialed staff that facilitate healing and growth. Another key aspect of our programming philosophy is alleviating the root causes of poverty for the people we serve. Through our commitment to providing young people with emergency cash support, we aim to empower youth to make their own financial decisions and surmount crises that might otherwise disrupt their lives. Overall, an investment by City Council and NYFC means an investment in youth and families in the child welfare system in the city. Our commitment to strengthening channels to post-secondary programs, college, and careers particularly for students on alternative paths to graduation, is instrumental in ensuring our youth are not overlooked, creating
10
more equitable
seconds.
outcomes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Stevens, and to the Youth Services Committee. First, I want to commend you on your investment in youth and your dedication. I've been here for 3 hours, and I've heard it in you, and I really, truly appreciate it. I'm Sharon Cohen, the founder and CEO of Figure Skating in Harlem. We've been embedded in the community for 25 years. We're the first and only girls empowerment organization that combines the power of education with access to the elite sport of figure skating to help girls thrive and become strong leaders. Most recently, we won a trophy by the International Olympic Committee for Women and Sport for gender equity and racial inclusion, one of only 5 in the world to win this. We serve hundreds of girls ages 6 to 18, mostly Upper Manhattan and the Bronx. And I'm here today because we're part of a larger collaborative called the STARS CGI, which we are so grateful the council has supported for nearly 10 years. I think we've touched over 500,000 youth in that time with $12 million in support. The reason I'm here today is of one of 10 girls-focused organizations that has not been on parity with the other organizations. As we came in about year 2 or 3, rather than right at the beginning, our portion of support has been less than the other organizations, but we do the same amount of work. We participate in a robust way to help uplift and work with New York City girls. So it's a nominal increase, but we do ask the City Council consider making all the organizations part of the STARS CGI collaborative on parity together at the $100,000 level. I will end by saying I hope you'll come see our Girls in Action. We just had an amazing ice show. It's unique, and I think sports and academics and leadership development is a winning combination to change lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. So my name is Glennis Aquino Gill. I'm from the Armory Foundation. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer and Community Liaison there. I'm also part of the STARS CGI, or we are part of the STARS CGI program, and have been a part of it for 8 years now. Thank you to the council for funding us for 10 years now. This program has really changed the lives and impacted the lives of so many girls and non-conforming youth of color. The Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, better known as STARS CGI, has been generously funded for 10 years now, and we have been a part of this fantastic initiative and want to be sure to thank the council for their tremendous support. One of the reasons the Armory is able to provide our ongoing youth athletic and educational programming is because of this funding. The last 3 years have been a time of upheaval for our planet, and especially the young women and gender nonconforming youth of color we service. As a collective, we shared our talented teams, our programming, and ideas to create very strong STARS programming. Some background on the Armory. Thousands of New York City high school track athletes call the Armory home for both training and competition. For the past 30 years, we see about 1,500 student athletes come to train with their coaches and teams with close to 100 public schools and parochial schools from the city. We have track meets of over 6,000 athletes throughout the year, and we see about 300,000 visits throughout the year as well. We're here to say that we want to thank the council again for continuing to support us, and we would like to see the continued support go into fiscal year 24. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Masindon, and I am the president and CEO of Power Play NYC. I'd like to begin by thanking the New York City Council Committee on Youth Services for taking time to listen to our testimonies and for their crucial leadership and support of our work in youth development. I'd also like to thank Speaker Adams for inviting us to the State of the City address. Well, Power Play New York City serves as the lead agency for STARS CGI, which is the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, a collaboration of 10 leading New York City nonprofits serving youth across all 5 boroughs and in all 51 New York City Council districts through after-school and summer sports, academic enhancement, STEM, college prep, and the arts. Over the past decade, we have joined forces to serve and advocate for more than 500,000 girls, young women, and gender-expansive youth from systemically underserved communities, supporting their growth emotionally, academically, and physically to be strong, skilled, and successful leaders. The STAR CGI Coalition supports the Council's efforts to restore the $14 million reduction in the fiscal year 24 budget, and we respectfully seek the restoration of the $1,472,000 funded to the New York City, funded by the New York City Council in fiscal year 24 for out-of-school time efforts. With the renewed funding, STAR CGI will assist our young people in closing the mental and physical wellness gap created by the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, with the rise of crime in the city, we know that we are a relevant partner in this programming space and vital to our community that we serve. Power Play New York City's mission is to advance the lives of girls through sports, helping them grow physically, emotionally, and academically stronger. We partner with schools and community-based organizations to conduct sports-based after-school and summer programming, emphasizing social-emotional skills. We offer basketball, running, and soccer, and non-traditional sports such as fencing and rugby to our girls to develop their social-emotional wellness. As the lead agency of the STAR CGI initiative, Power Play also respectfully seeks the restoration of $550,000 in funding in fiscal year 24 from the New York City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our in-person testimony. If we inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify in person, please visit the sergeant's table and complete a witness slip now. We will now be moving to remote testimony. I'd just like to remind the virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the sergeant at arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. Our first panel of virtual witnesses will be Allison Bay, Rachel Gazdick, Maeve Montalvo, and Darren Mack. Allison, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Committee Chair Stevens and the members of the committee. Thank you for allowing Jobs First NYC to provide testimony today. My name is Allison Bay, and I'm the Manager of Evaluation and Impact at Jobs First NYC. We create systems that focus on making New York City more inclusive and advance economic mobility for all young adults in the communities they call home. In partnership with Community Service Society, Jobs First NYC commissioned a data brief that explores the state of the out-of-school, out-of-work young adult population, hereafter referred to as ASAW. This brief looks at related trends and includes actionable recommendations to ensure that ASAW youth are put back on track to economic security. Some key findings in the brief include the following. The number of ASAW youth has increased significantly since the onset of the pandemic, reversing a decade-long positive trend. Black and Latinx and Hispanic communities had the largest increases in the overall ASAW youth population since the pandemic. The ASAW population increased most in the city's already economically marginalized districts. The communities with the most significant changes in the ASAW youth population since the pandemic were in Queens Community District 1, Manhattan Community Districts 4, 5, and 9, and Bronx Community Districts 4 and 8. The proportion of males in the ASAW population is growing. Most ASAW young adults lack any college education. However, the increase in ASAW youth is driven largely by a lack of options in the labor market rather than by educational attainment levels. Lastly, wage growth for young adults has been slow relative to growth in wages for all workers. Jobs First NYC recommends the following to meet the economic needs of young people. Address the warning signs concerning part-time low-wage work. Ensure more young adults can gain full-time employment. Support neighborhood partnership development in neighborhoods with high and rising ASAW rates. prioritize economic mobility and pathways to prosperity for historically marginalized and disproportionately harmed communities, create a seamless continuum of integrated services across education and youth development institutions, expand the earned income tax credit to young adult workers aged 18 to 24, increase the minimum wage and strengthen wage equity policies for young adult workers, and further expand and strengthen the Summer Youth Employment Program. My colleagues and I look forward to sharing this data brief with each of your offices upon its release and discussing the ways in which we can partner to ensure the economic mobility for all young adults in New York City. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Rachel Gazdick, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Amir Sultan. I'm not Rachel Gazdick, our CEO for New York Edge. I'm a program manager for the organization for a number of years. And I'd like to first thank Madam Chair and the members of the committee for this opportunity. I'm here today to ask that you prioritize New York Edge's fiscal year 24 citywide funding request. We're seeking for the first time $250,000 under the Council's Social and Emotional Supports for Students initiative. We're also seeking 1.2 under the Council's After School Enrichment Initiative, an increase of $200,000 over last year. This would be our first increase in 15 years. New York Edge is the largest provider of school-based after-school and summer programming in New York City, serving 30,000 students in over 100 schools throughout the 5 boroughs. Core components of our programming include STEM education, social emotional learning and leadership, visual and performing arts, sports, health and wellness, academics and college and career readiness, and summer programs. SEL is integrated into every element of what we do. Our model for aiding social emotional learning includes robust academic and personal wellness support and trauma-informed strategies. We are, as identified by Mosaic ACT, the largest after-school provider in the nation offering SEL supports. Our mission is to help bridge the opportunity gap among students in underinvested communities. And as our name implies, we strive to provide every student in our programs with the edge that they need to succeed in the classroom and in life. Our student population is 90% or more African American or Hispanic, serving males and females equally. More than 85% come from low-income households. Council citywide funding has enabled us to enrich and expand our school year and summer programs and has allowed us to develop and implement new, unique, and such as our student-led podcast, Formative, our student book publishing initiative, and our Heart for Art program, a partnership with the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. Sustained council funding through the years has also enabled us to become one of the city's largest providers of college access programs. Funding of $250,000 under the Social and Emotional Supports for Students initiative will enable us to support our current SEL
time has expired.
Providing high-quality, evidence-based social and emotional learning assessments, curriculum and resources to all of our partner schools, the students we serve, and their families. New York Edge, its students and families are extremely grateful for the Council's 30-plus years of support. We are now looking to you to meet the needs of the next generation of young people by supporting our fiscal year 24 funding requests, and I thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. Maeve Montalvo, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Chair Stevens and members of the Committee on Youth Services, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Maeve Montalvo, and I am the Director of Education at the Museum of the City of New York in East Harlem, where we engage New Yorkers and visitors in celebrating, documenting, and interpreting New York City's past, present, and future, and we are currently celebrating our 100th anniversary. Last year, the museum directly served nearly 25,000 students and youth through our programming. Whether through field trips for Summer Rising, serving as an SYEP host site, or developing programs for families and teens, we provide opportunities for self-expression, joy, meaning-making, and community building. The museum is a proud member of the Cultural Institutions Group, and on behalf of the Museum of the City of New York and as a member of the broader cultural community in New York City, I thank you all for your service on behalf of the city's youth. In order to continue providing engaging and diverse programming, the cultural community respectfully requests that the $40 million added at adoption in fiscal year 23 be restored and baselined. Also being requested is a full additional $10 million to be split evenly between the CIGs and our program group partners to help create more stability and equity within the sector. Finally, we ask for full restoration of all cultural council initiatives. This support will enable us to continue to do work like these two examples I will close with. Last summer, we hosted 85 SYP participants from all 5 boroughs. During their time at the museum, they gained valuable skills in visual performing and media arts as they honed their abilities to tell their own stories and those of their communities through the arts. We are excited to participate as an SYP host site again. We are also in our second year of an in-depth school partnership with the South Bronx Community Charter High School from District 16, where we've engaged over 150 10th graders, and students have engaged with the history of New York City on topics that they are eager to discuss, including civil rights, labor movements, sexual identity, and religious freedom movements in New York City. The city's cultural institutions are committed to continuing to serve as sites to inspire and engage youth, but we need consistent baseline support to be able to staff and plan ahead to do so. I want to thank the members of the committee for receiving this testimony and for your work in ensuring our city's youth receive the support they need and the opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Darren Mack, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Time has begun.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Service Committee for allowing me to testify today. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a member of the Commission on Community Reinvestment and the Closure of Rikers Island, established by Local Law 193. This commission is charged with ensuring significant reinvestment recommendations are made in vulnerable communities, disparately and historically impacted by mass incarceration. Research and data have shown a significant percentage of individuals incarcerated at Rikers Island and our youth impacted by the criminal legal system reside in historically underserved neighborhoods in New York City. As a co-chair of the youth subcommittee in the commission, our mission is to identify investments that will prevent or remove young people from the criminal justice pipeline. The question remains, where will the city get the funding from? New York City's Department of Correction has the highest DOC budget in the country. We spend the most money on DOC and get the worst results. I urge the City Council to reject the mayor's additional $35 million to DOC's bloated budget, and we will be able to restore those resources to fund many of the organizations providing programs and services to youth and young adults in historically under-resourced communities testifying today. Fund not just SYEP, but summer, fall, winter, and spring youth employment programs all year round. The city should increase investments in credible messages and conflict mediators to support these programs' expansion into schools and give them adequate salaries to reflect the hard work and on-call nature of their work with COLA, the cost of living adjustments. I also support the funding request by the Coalition of Homeless Youth and Kings Against Violence Intervention. Thank you.
I don't have any questions for this panel. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you to this panel for their testimony. Our next virtual panel will be Jason Warwin, Sierra Kraft, Chayla Perez Duran, and Nadia Swanson. Jason Warwin, you may begin your testimony when the sergeant starts your clock.
Your time has begun.
Okay, we're going to move on to Sierra Kraft. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Hello, and good afternoon. My name is Jason Warwin, and I am the co-founder and associate executive director of the Brotherhood Sister Soul. Greetings, Madam Chair Stevens, members of the City Council, and colleagues from the front lines of youth development. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I lend my voice to the many who seek to uplift the youth of our city and ensure they receive the support and services they need to thrive and achieve their potential. I am a child of this city, born and raised here, attending public schools throughout my academic career, and witnessed firsthand the effects of poverty and violence, drugs and racism, and other ills that have affected my community. I co-founded the Brotherhood Sister Soul in 1995 to address issues and provide holistic and long-term support services for underserved youth throughout New York City. BroSis offers a holistic array of programming, including 4 to 6 year rites of passage programming, daily after-school enrichment, visual and performing arts, college preparation, job training and placement, community organizing training, as well as summer camps and month-long international study programs in Africa and Latin America. We are a youth development and social justice organization. For nearly 30 years, we have been providing this city's youth with the support, guidance, knowledge, and resources necessary in order to understand and overcome the negative pressures in their lives, as well as the skills to combat them. We educate our members, helping them to develop critical thinking and leadership skills. We organize around issues affecting our communities, and we train educators and youth workers on how to implement our pedagogical approach to youth development. Our headquarters are located on 143rd Street in West Harlem. However, we serve youth from throughout New York City, and we train educators in various schools. In recent years, we have held partnerships with schools at Epic North and Epic South, in District 28 and 32 in Queens, at the Brooklyn High School for Leadership and Community Service in District 33 in Brooklyn, at the South Bronx Community Charter High School, and Metropolitan High School in Council Districts 16 and 17 in the Bronx. In these schools, we provided extensive training and coaching to teachers to support replication of our Rites of Passage program, which has improved school culture, reduced suspensions, increased graduation rates, and impacted thousands of students throughout the city.
Thank you.
Over the years, we've received significant support from the City Council. Our new 22,000 square foot community center would not have been possible without the council's generous capital support.
Thank you for your testimony.
Your ongoing support is vital to the operations of our organization, as well as all youth organizations.
Thank you for your testimony. Sierra Kraft, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to the Committee on Youth Services for inviting testimony. My name is Sierra Kraft, and I'm the Executive Director at the iCare Coalition. iCare is a coalition of 7 legal services organizations that provides free representation to immigrant children facing deportation in New York City, with the ultimate goal of universal access to counsel in the coming years. I want to take a moment to share our sincere gratitude. Since 2014, support from City Council through the Unaccompanied Minors and Family Initiative have made it possible for the iCare Coalition to stand alongside over 8,000 young immigrants, defend them from deportation, and empower them to become leaders of tomorrow. Legal representation for the lives of many young New Yorkers has been truly life-changing. Many of the children we represent are escaping extreme violence and trauma in their home country in search of protection and safety. Without iCare's representation, most of these children would be forced to represent themselves against a trained government lawyer. And studies show that children without representation stand just a 15% chance of winning their case. Loss of access to attorneys can result in the rapid deportation of children and families to countries where their lives are at risk. As the migrant crisis intensifies, the need for legal services skyrockets. New York continues to rank 4th in the country for highest number of unaccompanied arrivals released to sponsors. And every year, nearly 2,000 young New Yorkers are placed in removal proceedings facing deportation without due process if they cannot afford a lawyer. iCare seeks to ensure that quality legal services are offered to all children, not only those who are able to afford them. Children represented by iCare attorneys have more than 90% success rate. And today we renew our call to the city to prioritize funding for the many unaccompanied minors in New York City who are reliant on the critical legal services and immigration supports that iCare Coalition provides. Our coalition requests $5.6 million this year so we can continue to serve nearly 2,000 children and families through legal screenings, know your rights trainings, direct representation, and referrals to city and social services. Now more than ever, it's critical we stand in solidarity with children seeking safety, protection, and a new life in this city. We look forward to our continued partnership with you to ensure we live our values as a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Thank you for your testimony. Shayla Perez Duran, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Time has begun.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Shayla Perez, and I'm the program coordinator of the Bronx Works. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. My name is Shayla Perez, and I'm the program coordinator of the Bronx Works Adult ESL program in the South Bronx, one of the programs participating in the DYCD Adult Literacy Pilot Project. So today I will speak about the importance of renewing and doubling funding for the pilot program. The funds we receive every year are used to offer ESL classes, civics, and reading and writing classes. But we still need more funding. Some of our students don't know how to read and write, so they usually ask for classes that can allow them to improve their literacy skills. So if we receive more funds, we will be able to offer more reading and writing classes. There are many adults in our community who want to get a better job or apply to college, but sometimes they don't have the resources to achieve those goals. So if adult literacy programs receive more support, our community will receive at least basic education to obtain the knowledge and skills for employment. So we are grateful for the opportunity to show through this pilot project what we can do for the community when we receive enough funds. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Nadia Swanson, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Time has begun.
Hello. Thank you to Chair Stevens and the committee for your continued advocacy for our youth and RHY programs. My name is Nadia Swanson. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm the Director of Technical Assistance and Advocacy at the Ali Forney Center. We are in full support of the Coalition for Homeless Youth's proposed budget for RHY, and so I will use my time to focus on the realities of what LGB and specifically trans youth are facing currently and the absolutely necessary increase of $2.42 million for 40 new 21 to 24-year-old beds, $2.6 for mental health focused TIL programs, FEPS for all youth, and the increase in funding to hire and retain the most qualified staff. At AFC, we serve over 2,000 LGBTQ plus youth a year. 90% of them are BIPOC, 90% have undergone severe trauma and family rejection, over 80% have engaged in some form of survival sex. 40% of our youth are trans, but they access 90% of the services that we offer because they do not feel safe in other services. And 50% of our youth come from outside of New York. I mentioned that last stat because trans rights, specifically trans youth rights, are being legally taken away on a daily basis. As of today, there are over 428 anti-LGBT bills being considered across the US, and the right is publicly calling for the, quote, elimination of trans people. This collective trauma results in an increase of LGBTQ youth from all over the US coming to New York City to seek safety. It is important to remember that we're not immune to that increase in anti-LGBT hate in New York City, as we have seen a very large increase of violence towards our own community here, which makes the budget increase even more vital. Now about our drop-in centers. Almost 100% of the youth who access our overnight programs are 21 to 24. We agree that you should not need to rely on drop-in centers for a place to sleep, but without adequate 21 to 24-year-old beds, overall, let alone where the LGBTQ youth feel safe, it is their safest option at a drop-in. Youth also need a variety of long-term housing options from vouchers, mental health-focused housing, permanent supportive housing that is LGBTQ-focused and affirming, and support from peer navigators. We are tired of having the quote conversations to find the answer that DYCD was referring to, when the answers have been shared year after year. If the city really wants to end youth homelessness, they would fund long-term housing and affirming support services to keep youth housed. It is almost impossible for anyone to thrive when they are unhoused, and it is our duty as a society to take care of our youth so they can move far beyond survival to thriving. And thank you to the
for your
committee for
testimony.
advocating for the budget to reflect our shared values. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes this panel. Our next virtual panel will be Daniela Gerard, Anthony Springer, and Jimmy Orkoya. Daniela Gerard, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Time has begun.
Hello, great afternoon. My name is Anthony Springer. I am the Senior Advocacy Associate at Bronx Connect. I want to thank the Chair Stevens and the Youth Services Committee for the opportunity to speak at this committee. Bronx Connect is a faith and community-based program that offers alternatives to detention, incarceration, and violence prevention work. We utilize asset-based mentoring to connect court-involved and high-risk youth and adults with positive local community resources to prevent recidivism and address youth-initiated goals in education and employment. We are members of the ATI Coalition as well as the Closed Rikers Coalition. Today I'm here, I want to speak a little bit just about the importance of this Closed Rikers initiative. One of the things that we know is that community safety is not just a jails issue. It's a community issue. In New York, we already have a framework in place to be able to reduce recidivism and stem gun violence. That structure and that solution is really these community groups that have made it a lifestyle to be able to work with people who are justice involved or those and the justice system. So what we need to do is really just spend more time supporting these programs. Just Bronx Connect in general we have a 97% success rate for those who have graduated from our programs. They stay felony conviction free up to 3 years. We've tracked it up to 3 years. Over 90% of the youth who have completed that program have also remained unarrested. Rikers, in contrast, has been marred with a history of mismanagement, death, and deterioration.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
It's time for us as a city to move the focus away from the enormous budget that Rikers has to keep it open and move it to the alternatives that have already shown that they present results. So just to bring this to a close here, this focused attention on prevention as well as wraparound services will provide those opportunities for not just the job development that's needed, not just the homes that's needed. It'll provide this city with an opportunity to be able to stem the violence, to be able to stem. It's already proven to be able to stem the violence, to be able to stem some of the issues that we face that lead people to prisons and jails like Rikers. What we need is really support for those in need.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back to Daniela Gerard. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Time has begun.
Daniela, are you able to speak? Okay, we can go back to her. We're gonna move on to Jimmy Orkoya. You can begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
What just happened? What just happened?
Jimmy, can you hear us?
Hello and good afternoon to Chairperson Stevens and the Youth Services Committee members. My name is Jimmy Orakoya, and I am the Division Director for Community and Center-Based Operations here at New Settlement, a 34-year-old community organization serving youth and families in the Bronx with a wide range of education, health, and wellness programs. We have just recently celebrated our 10th year anniversary as a centerpiece of our efforts to improve the health and increase the safety of children and youth from across the Bronx. We are here to thank you, honestly, City Council member and the Speaker, for your sustained budget support for our youth programs, especially our aquatic center and pool. In particular, I want to thank Councilmember Stevens for your
We can't hear you, Jimmy. Just 1 minute.
Hello. Yes, a little technical.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Going on. Yes. I wanted to ask for your continued support for our swimming programs, which are a treasured and precious resource for children, youth, families, and elders from across the Bronx at the New Settlement Community Center, which provides a continuum of swimming instruction and activities around the clock from morning to evening for 5,000 children, adults, and seniors from across the Bronx. Each year, the New Settlement provides free to low cost swimming classes to over 2,000 individuals, most of whom are under the age of 16. This starts with youngsters from New Settlement programs, from surrounding schools and community centers, and from neighborhoods across the Bronx participating in their first swimming classes, and continues into Red Cross certified swim instruction. Annually, 25 to 30 teens are certified in lifeguard certification classes, many of whom graduate to work at pools across the city, helping to address the citywide lifeguard shortage. Our competitive swim team, the Blue Seals, have made up primarily of students of color from around the Bronx, trains and competes locally, regionally, and nationally. Recently, they have competed in Florida, New Jersey, and Connecticut, as well as the Black Heritage Classic in North Carolina. Our aquatics program, staffed by positive professionals who are leaders and role models from the surrounding community, now branch out to provide opportunities for swimmers of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds. We have inclusive classes for neurodivergent autistic children and swimming opportunities for transgender adults. For seniors, we offer aquatics programs that build strength and fitness. Our competitive size pool is beautiful, and we are an organization that's deeply committed to this. It's a grandiose undertaking to keep this facility clean, heated, and equipped with sparkling amenities. Our staff are committed to welcoming and engaging all visitors with warmth and respect. As some of you may know, according to research from USA Swimming Foundation, 64% of African American and 45% of Hispanic children cannot swim, compared to just 40% of white children. Equally concerning, 87%, we are considering and definitely asking for continued support from the City Council regarding funding for aquatics programming. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I think we're going to try Daniela Gerard one last time. You can begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
My name is Danielle Gerard. I'm a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights. Thank you, Chair Stevens and committee staff, and to the advocates and providers who spoke before me. Children's Rights is a national advocate for youth in state systems. We are a member of the New York City Jails Action Coalition. Our clients in foster care and juvenile justice systems are disproportionately represented in young adult and juvenile correctional facilities. We advocate for young adults incarcerated on Rikers. We support Speaker Adams' vision for the city budget and her emphasis on closing Rikers on schedule in 2027 in accordance with the law. As the council considers the administration's proposed budget and your own priorities, we urge you to focus on funding programs and services to keep young adults off Rikers in the first place, including ending the foster care to prison pipeline and supporting young people once they're no longer incarcerated. The mayor's proposed budget cuts will be detrimental to funding the preventive services our community so desperately need, including affordable housing, community mental health resources, support for families, and funding for our schools and libraries. New York City taxpayers pay well over $500,000 per incarcerated person per year, yet incarcerated persons continue to die on Rikers, and those who remain have been going without showers, food, and are left in their cells for hours on end without recreation programming or medical and mental health services. Meanwhile, officers are still not showing up for work. More than 50% of people detained on Rikers have a mental health diagnosis, 85% are there pre-trial, and over 90% are of color. The investments we are recommending will help the city close Rikers by supporting young adults and older New Yorkers before they interact with the criminal legal system. I refer you to the written testimony Children's Rights will be submitting for more detail. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
No questions for this panel. Thank you for your testimony.
Our next virtual panel will be Grace Aronson, Cecilia Tuber, and Quentin Hunt. Grace Aronson, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Oops. Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. My name is Grace Aronson, testifying on behalf of Desiree Brown Malta, Director of Programs at the Academy of Medical and Public Health Services, or AMPS. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. AMPS is a public health nonprofit in Sunset Park that works to bridge the health equity gap among immigrant communities in New York City. We work primarily with undocumented immigrants whose language barriers pose significant obstacles to accessing healthcare, education, and the workforce. Over the past few years, much of our work has included improving basic adult literacy skills among the most vulnerable New Yorkers to help address those issues. Our adult literacy classes have served as a platform for COVID information resource dissemination, as a community in solidarity, and as a source for mental health support. As such, we are asking that the City Council renew $4 million for Adult Literacy Initiative discretionary funding to address the immense inequitable gap in English literacy, digital literacy, systems navigation skills, and access to information our communities face. We also received funding from the Adult Literacy Pilot Project, which we hope to expand to $5 million to continue funding groups like ours. Receiving the pilot project funding last year has been instrumental for our program. We've hired bilingual educational case managers to provide work readiness and HSE support for our students, built out a civics, digital literacy, and arts curriculum to support student integration into their communities, and provided professional development to more effectively train our teachers. At our current funding level, which covers a $950 per student cost through Adult Literacy Initiative discretionary funds, we've experienced higher teacher attrition and lack of ability to invest in other student resources like curriculum building, enrichment activities, and case management support. The pilot project has been an incredible first step in expanding the capacity of our adult literacy programming to what it should look like. Ongoing coordinated adult literacy services are much more cost-effective and a better intervention than the risk of unemployment, exploitation, and poor health outcomes for our communities. These two initiatives can truly help us enhance economic growth and promote healthy communities. I humbly thank the City Council for funding these initiatives this past fiscal year and strongly urge the Council to continue fully funding and even expand
Your
these
time has
initiatives.
expired.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd also like to call Derwin Green onto this panel. Cecilia Tuber, you will be next. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and Youth Services Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Cecilia Tuber. I work as the community organizer for Bronx Connect. Bronx Connect is a faith-based and community-based organization that provides supportive services and programs for at-risk and justice-involved youth. Bronx Connect is a member of the Campaign to Close Rikers, and that's what I'm here about today, to speak about today. And this is in relation to youth services. So one priority we do have at the Campaign to Close Rikers is to redistribute funding that the Department of Corrections receives now. Approximately $359 million could be saved by reducing DOC's uniformed headcount to 5,760 individuals. We can use this money to fund services and programs to keep youth out of jail. At Bronx Connect, we offer alternative to incarceration and alternative to detention programs. We provide support for the youth that come through to prevent them from reoffending, which has been proven to be successful. Data has shown that 92% of our alternative to detention family court youth remain unarrested while in our programs, and 88% of those ATD family court youth were not remanded upon exit of our program. These numbers are proof that programs such as ATI and ATD are successful with reducing recidivism rates among youth. We need to ensure that the plan to close Rikers follows the timeline and hits each milestone. We're looking to you, City Council, to make sure this plan is upheld for moral and legal reasons. We are urging you to divest from the inflated Department of Corrections budget and invest in the community services that keep our youth out of jail. I know that was short, but I really appreciate the time that you have here, that you've given me here today. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Quentin Hunt, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin. You may begin.
Okay, we're going to move on to Derwin Green. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Derwin Green. I'm from the Kingsbridge Heights Community Center. Just wanted to thank the committee for allowing me to be able to testify on behalf of my organization, the Kingsbridge Heights Community Center, where our organization has worked in the North Bronx for almost 50 years now, providing community services from cradle to adulthood. And so the part that I wanted to address is just talking about staff retention and basically knowing that right now staff retention is the new recruitment as far as being able to survive in DYCD programming. Knowing right now that losing a lot of group leaders and staff in our organization because of the current pay scale, which is kind of antiquated and outdated. The pay raises that the staff are now receiving are not up to date with what the cost of living is now in the city, or even with the current rises of inflation, and with the vast majority of my staff being in college and trying to retain them upon graduation, or the different challenges that may occur with their financial situations. If the pay rate is not increased, this is going to be an ongoing problem. And trying to address now the situation that's going on with our youth as they try to return to normalcy after post-pandemic, and the time where they're less excited about their future. It's hard to get them excited and run quality programming when you don't have the staff that you need, because once you've invested enough number of time with them, you're not able to hold them for long, because they're looking to increase their wages because they also have to survive as well. And so I thank you for the committee for this time and allowing me to present. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes our remote testimony for today. I'll do one last call for virtual registrants to see if they're on. Brianna Palmer, Elizabeth Pagan, Violeta Gala Garza, Crystal Montañez, Juan Calcutta, and Alex Stein. If we inadvertently missed anyone else who would like to testify virtually, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, and we'll call on you in the order of hands raised. Seeing no one else, I'd like to note that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record up to 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And now I'll turn it to Chair Stevens for closing remarks.
I want to thank DYCD for showing up and testifying today, and I also want to thank everyone who came in today to testify and really display that we have the answers to really help and support the city as we continue to recover from our pandemic, and also as we continue to reimagine what workforce looks like and preparing for the summer. So with that, I conclude this hearing.